Heyo, folks. Heyo, heyo, heyo. It's getting close to Christmas. It's not even a week away or something. What is it? It's the 18th today, 24th on Sunday, and 25th next Monday. Yay! And hello, jingles. Yeah. Something weird with camera. It's just me sitting too far away. I don't know. Well, welcome to this really strange case, really strange trial, and thank you. Yeah, thank you. Everybody, say hello to Gigi, my first and best moderator. She is in chat. Hello over at Rumble. I see Shafus, Rachel, Lynn. I saw Lou earlier, Peggy, and a bunch of other people. And just so you know, this trial has concluded. But the way it concluded is what's really, really interesting. So I just had to. I need to watch this trial. This trial was one of the ones I had lined up, unless the young thug trial wasn't happening. But then the young thug trial happened, and then it was a pause. So now I'm jumping right into this trial, and it is the Marisela Botello murder. In 2020, Marisel went on vacation. She told her folks that she was visiting her ex-boyfriend, and for a couple of days. And she visited him, and then they were supposed to go out, but ex-boyfriend didn't want to, so she went out anyways. And that's about the last thing we know. She was spotted outside a bar around 2 a.m. with a then unknown male. And then she was found 6 months later, a good way away in let's see, when was it? In Wilmer, Texas. She went missing, and then she was found. The three names that are of interest is Charles Beltran, age 31. Now I think he's 31. That is one of the names he is going under. I think that is his actual name, but he has aliases. You have Nina Marano, age 49. That might be the name she has on her ID, but she's also known under other names. And then the main character of these trials, Lisa Dykes, age close to 60. That is may or may not be her actual name or an alias, because she has other names and aliases. Those three people lived together, allegedly. At least they shared an address. Don't know what else they shared. Might be maybe bodily fluids as well. Nobody knows. Nobody really knows. But for some reason, the prosecution chose in this trial, because everybody was a person of interest, but this is the trial against Lisa Dykes that we are going to watch here It is a somewhat short trial. So it will be done Monday through Friday because I don't have to care about their lunch break or anything like that, and I can play a little bit faster and with good sound for once, maybe. But it's really, really strange case. And the trial got weirder and weirder. I haven't watched a second of it. I just know about some facts that are mind-boggling to me. Absolutely mind-boggling. And that's why I need to watch it. And I need to watch it with you a lot. And I need to try to keep it spoiler-free. Yeah. You have been with me here for a while. You know, I encounter, for some odd reason, my trials are weird. Really weird. This one is weird. It's so weird. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Everything is weird with this trial, with this case, with the people involved. Yeah. Now, I said early in the chat, I said I would have an announcement. And I may or may not piss someone off now. But that's life. Everybody, you know Gigi. You also know Gigi for a good while has been ill. She have told you all. I have for over a month told everybody to send her wishes and prayers. But you also know in the United States, if you get ill, you don't have universal health care. So everything about getting ill costs money and loss of income and everything around it. So here's what I'm going to do. And she does not know I'm doing this. And she might be pissed at me. I don't care. On top of the chat is my PayPal. Everything that goes into that PayPal this week, I'm going to send to her. Every penny. Every penny. Because her economy is fucked. And she's been with me and my channel my entire run. She's been my first and best moderator for this since I started streaming. This is the least I can do. Now, I do know she has her own PayPal, but I also don't want to dox her name. That's why, through me, she will get every penny of it. Yeah. Her PayPal has a public name, so I'm using my PayPal so I can protect her from being doxxed. So that is my announcement. I will have the PayPal on my... I will have... it will always be pinned on the top of my chat. So what goes into there will go to her. Because I know, even in a country with universal health care, your economy gets fucked if you are ill for an extended period of time. And even worse in the United States. And I know it will be even small numbers will matter, because once you are behind on bills, and then all of a sudden interests kick in. So anything I can send to her, and I already sent her some, and anything you can spare, you all probably know it as well. If you dug yourself out of that hole, you know how hard it is. But just to maybe get some bills out of her hands, that in the long run means less interest and a chance to get back on your feet. So again, my PayPal is linked on the top of the chat, and everything that goes into it I will transfer to her. Okay. And I mean it, this week. Now, you all know I usually do my fundraising to the Zachariah Anderson Defense Fund. You will have your chance about that on the 29th. But this week, during this trial, everything that goes into my PayPal goes to Gigi. That's my thanks to her for being with me my entire run as a trial streamer. But again, I have to include this: don't give what you can't spare. Don't put yourself in a hole. All right, that was my announcement. I hope anything, anything, and you all know it if you live in the States, anything that can pay a bill, that's one less bill to worry about. But all right, we are also here for some trial streaming, and as I said, this is the Marisela Botello murder trial, and we will go right into when the jury gets assembled into the courthouse. And if you are watching this via Replay Crew, you will find my PayPal in the description below. There. I'll make myself a little bigger, and here's jingles, and here is the trial.
All rise.
And since I don't work, I'm free until Christmas. If you want me to have a shot per $100, then write it in. Just write it.
Right, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
the jury.
Oh, and why I say through PayPal, because super chats and memberships, I won't see that money until next month, and I want to give this as the Christmas present to Gigi. Hence PayPal. All right.
Go ahead and have a seat. Everyone else stands out of respect for our jury system. Now, the first order of business is that I need to.
Oh, Jesus Christ, use the microphone, Judge.
If you would please stand. Raise your right hand. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas against the defendant, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you. May be seated. Ms. Piven, please present the indictments to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Indictment number 21-75651, In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly.
This part is one of the things I don't like about US trials. Why is this interesting through a grand jury? That's seriously, how is mentioning that not more prejudicial than probative? You should, in my opinion, the only thing they need to know is the charges in this trial. I don't care about the grand jury. I think the grand jury system is a fucking scam, in my opinion. And mentioning it, boom, all of a sudden you tell the jury, we already had a jury take a look at this and they agree we can charge this.
Organized at the January term AD 2021 of the 292nd Judicial District Court for said county upon its oath to present in and to said court at said term that Lisa Dykes, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did then and there, knowing that an offense had been committed, to wit, murder, alter, destroy, and conceal a thing, to wit, a human corpse, with intent to impair its verity, legibility, and availability as evidence in any subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense against the peace and dignity of the state. Signed, the foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Harris, how does your client plead to that charge?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dykes is not guilty.
Indictment number F2175476, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas.
And then they repeat it over and over again. Hey, listen, jury, a grand jury.
Texas, duly organized at the January term AD 2021 of the 292nd Judicial District Court for said county, upon its oath, do present in and to said court at said term that Lisa Dykes, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully then and there intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Marisela Botello, an individual, hereinafter called deceased, by stabbing deceased with a knife and sharp object, a deadly weapon, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury, a deadly weapon. And further, did unlawfully then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to Marisela Botello, hereinafter called deceased, and then and there commit an act so clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by stabbing deceased with a knife and sharp object, a deadly weapon, and by a manner unknown to the grand jury, using a deadly weapon unknowable to the grand jury, and did thereby cause the death of Marisela Botello, an individual, against the peace and dignity of the state. Signed, the foreman of the grand jury.
How does your client plead, Mr. Harris?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Dykes pleads not guilty.
Thank you. Will the state make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here about Marisela Botello. She's a beautiful, young, 23-year-old girl, full of life, that came here to Dallas just to visit.
Hi,
She
Dave.
loved to travel. She had a friend here in Dallas. She came for a long weekend. Her plan was to come down October 2nd of 2020, spend a few days hanging out, doing things that 23-year-olds do, going down to Deep Ellum, going out to places to eat, meeting her friend Raul Ortiz, and hang out with his friends. That's all this was about, was just a break from Seattle for a while. A break from her job where she was an assistant manager of Charlotte Bruce. Just kind of a break from that family life of.
And thank you to for the donation via my PayPal. I know who you are, but I know you don't go by that name on YouTube. So, but thank you so much. I will make sure it gets transferred to Gigi. Who is /are defendants? The only defendant in this trial is Mrs. Dykes, or Miss Dykes, or whatever name she chooses to go by. She has several aliases. And that's one of the strange thing here, because there were 3 people of interest, 3 people who were sought after, 3 people who tried to hide, and only one of them is on trial. Ms. Dykes and her friend was arrested in 2021. They cut off their ankle bracelets and fled the country to Cambodia. But after a good while, the US Department of Whatevers contacted the Cambodian government and they were brought back home again. Yeah. There's a lot of strange things in this trial. Yeah. Cambodia. Yes, not joking. How were these 2 petty criminals with lots of aliases able to even attempt to go to Cambodia? Now, that's not an expensive country by any means, but you still have to have money. Yeah, as I said, this case has all the strange. And this trial has all the weird. That's why we are watching it.
Living with her parents and her little brother, just to have some fun. But she never returned back on that flight that she had scheduled for October 5th, back to Seattle. If you can imagine, and I'm sure some of you that have flown before, and that announcement at the gate where you hear, we're looking for passenger so-and-so, and in this case, passenger Marisela Botello, please report to the gate. You know, I never thought about it until this case, what that could mean. And in this case, it meant Marisela Botello was stabbed brutally just in the early hours of that morning by this woman here, Lisa Dykes. Marisela had never even met her, did not even know her. But who she did meet was Charles Beltran. Charles Beltran was also a co-defendant in this case, and we expect that you will hear from him later. Charles Beltran, to understand the whys of this case, how it happened, why it happened, the motive, you have to understand a lot of the backstory. We're going to spend a lot of time putting the pieces of the puzzle together for you and showing you the backstory of the situation between Lisa Dykes, Charles Beltran, and a third co-defendant, Nina Morano. What you're going to learn is that Lisa Dykes met Charles Beltran. He's a much younger man. He is, at that time, in his late 20s. He was working at a bar that Lisa Dykes' son, Kyle Williams, was managing. Charles was a doorman. He's quite the ladies' man. He's very flirtatious. And that's just kind of what he does. He goes out, he parties, he has a rap career that's trying to start up, and just is a ladies' man. You're going to hear from lots of his girlfriends, several at one time, about who Charles Beltran is. The importance of that, and what you need to know, is that Lisa picked up on the fact that not only was Charles a ladies' man, he was also a young man that had no means for himself. He made about $100 a night at this bar being a doorman. Lisa Dykes could provide him with a life he had never lived before. She met him, she started taking him to fancy dinners, to places he never even dreamed about even going to eat.
Yeah, Miss Dykes is close to 60. The gentleman is not. He is early 30s. Yeah, sugar mama. Yeah.
Much less on a regular basis. through that relationship, it became somewhat romantic and physical in nature. And what Lisa Dykes.
Once you see the defendant, you know she must have had a lot of money. Because being romantic with that takes effort. Just saying.
To provide for Charles Beltran was a good life, a car, a place to live, a studio for his rap career, and really just whatever he wanted clothes-wise, rap for his music, anything.
Yeah, and Mr. Beltran, during the investigation, he released a rap song where he taunted the police and the investigation and the victim's family. Yeah, it's one of these guys. And yeah.
She would provide for him. And what he provided for her was some sort of companionship, some physical relationship with her. This continued on until you heard the name Nina Morano. Nina Morano came into the picture. What you're going to learn there from colleagues of Lisa Dykes and people and associates that she knew was that she started talking about Nina. They've been friends for a long time. You're going to learn that Nina was recently widowed. She lived in Pennsylvania. She's a lawyer, recently widowed, and Lisa Dykes struck up a more intimate friendship with Nina than it had.
Yeah, seems like Miss Dykes, she does her name justice. So she met this lawyer friend. Yeah, and all three of Mr. Morales, Miss Dykes, and Miss Lawyer seem to have lived together of some sort. I told you, this case, strange. This trial, weird. You know why I wanted to see this trial with you all? I mean, see, the surrounding facts here are weird.
Before. Just months after the death of Nina's husband, Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano get married. They understood, though, that Charles Beltran would be a part of this relationship and a part of this situation. So the three of them had this physical relationship and this understanding between each other that they would have each other's back and they would take care of each other. All the while they knew, again, about Chuck being a ladies' man. He would bring women home from time to time. He would go out, stay out with women, things of that nature. This relationship seemed to go okay at first, but then over time, Miss Dykes didn't really like that. She wasn't getting what she wanted from Mr. Beltran at the frequency that she wanted. She had done all these things for him, paid all this money for his rap career, paid all this money for his car, done all these things. And this particular night, October 4th, 2020, that's the night that Marisela met Charles Beltran. They had just come back from a rap show that Charles Beltran had performed in Camden, Arkansas. Miss Dykes funded the trip. She got a Sprinter van for Mr. Beltran and some of his friends. She paid for hotel rooms. They went to the show. The money had to be paid for a slot for the show. She followed behind with Nina Morano, and they all went and partied on.
Yeah, that's what you want to boost your rap career. Your two middle-aged lesbian friends. Nothing speaks more about a successful rapper than sleeping with two middle-aged. Yeah. How's the audio? The audio seems fine to me, but if you all let me know if you want better audio, and I will try to do something about it. All right?
October 3rd, 2020. They had a great time, lots of drinks, lots of partying, lots of fun. When they returned the next day, instead of Mr. Beltran staying at home, he decided to go out to Deep Ellum with some of his friends and celebrate the show that he just performed in. And that's where fate met Marisela Botello. Charles Beltran met her on the sidewalk in Deep Ellum. She was there alone because the person that she had come to see, Raul Ortiz, had passed out at his hotel room. I'm sorry, at his apartment complex, just nearby Deep Ellum in the Camden Farmers Market area. They had gone out. He had taken it a little too far, and she wasn't ready to quit partying and hanging out. And he passed out at his door, unable to get into his apartment because he lost his keys. Marisela took a lift down to Deep Ellum. She was walking the sidewalks, going into various bars, and she met Charles Beltran on the sidewalk. You're going to hear from Charles Beltran about what happened that night. You're going to hear how she was really cool.
Dallas.
She was very
Dallas,
likable, and they had a great
I
time.
think.
And then you're going to hear about how Lisa Dykes, in the early morning hours of October 5th, 2020, entered that room, Charles Beltran's bedroom, got on top of Miss Botello Valdez and stabbed her. She was in her sleep, as was Charles. He was awakened by shaking on the bed.
Yeah, I am using two enhancement. I'm using this, and I'm using something called Sound Booster. That's why sound is better than usual. Yeah, and we are now here for the actual allegation. Miss Botello on top of Mr. Beltran. Then he falls asleep, and all of a sudden he feels something shaking. Allegedly.
He saw Lisa as she was coming down with an object in her hand that looked like a kitchen knife. And in his days of waking up, he wasn't sure what to do, and he shoved Lisa off of her. And there was a brief fight where Marisel was fighting for her life on the floor next to his bed. At that point, he was able to separate them. Marisel fell back down on the bed where she lay motionless. Just met this man hours ago. Never even knew this lady right here. From there, Charles panicked. He washed his hands off, cleaned up a little bit, came back to call 911. She said, wait just a minute. Think about what you're doing. And he said, take care of this. And left. And left her and Nina Morano to take care of what had just happened and to take care of Marisela Botello Valadez's body. And what did they do? Did they call 911? No. Did they call for help? No. They did everything they could to hide what had just happened. Her body was dumped unceremoniously on this country road out in Wilmer, Texas. It wasn't found until months later. No remains, no flesh on the bones, just bones. That's all there was left of her. March 24th, 2021. That's when they found her body. Now, you're going to hear about not only the evidence that shows that it was Ms. Dykes and Nina Morano that were out at that location where the body was found months later. You're also going to hear about their reaction to when they found out that law enforcement was onto them. They knew who they needed to look for. They knew who the last person was that was with Marisela Botello Valdez, and they knew they had to get out of town. On October 15th, the FBI contacted Ms. Dykes at her place of employment. You're going to hear testimony about how she reacted to that. She, Nina, and Charles Beltran went to Pennsylvania where Nina lived for some time. You're going to hear evidence about how they went back and forth to Mexico. You're going to hear evidence about how they finally were arrested. Nina Morano and Lisa Beltran were finally arrested in Florida. Nina Morano was arrested first, and you would think Ms. Dykes would wait around for her wife. The gig was up at that point. No, she continued to run and was picked up in Orlando the day after her wife was arrested in Miami, Florida at their apartment. You're going to see the evidence that was collected at that time, messages from cell phones, things that will tell you she knew that law enforcement was looking for her. She knew what she should have done. You would think that that would be the end of it, right? Ms. Morano was a woman of means. As I had told you before, she was recently widowed from her husband that she had lived with and been married to for 30-something years. He had a lot of property. He had some money. Nina was an attorney. She had a lot of money. She was able to afford for her and Ms. Dykes to bond out with the condition that they stay in Dallas on a leg monitor. You're going to hear evidence of 4 months they complied with that. And then on Christmas Day, their leg monitor quit sending signal to the ELM service provider. The signal was gone. Of course, it's Christmas. Nobody is watching continuously at that moment for the signal. And they were able to fly to Cambodia. If you want to go to a place where you know or you think that you are going to escape justice, Cambodia. The 2 women fled to Cambodia, where they remained for months until they were finally apprehended by the FBI. You're also going to see evidence from that seizure of when they were arrested in Cambodia and some of the contents of their laptops and cell phones from Cambodia that showed that they were trying to flee justice. Now, we've talked a whole lot about this backstory, and we've talked a lot about the flight and the evidence that you should expect to see. I told you what we expect Charles Beltran to tell you about what happened that day, but you don't have to just believe his words, because there is physical evidence to back up what he said. We're not asking you just to believe Charles Beltran based on the time that you see him up here and based on the time that you get to hear him testify and the character that you hear about him and things of that nature. You're going to learn that he's a felon. You're going to learn, like I said before, that he's a ladies' man. I don't know that you're even going to like this guy. You don't have to. You may. You may find him charming, like all the women that he talked to found him charming. You may find him not so charming. You may find him to be somewhat of a self-centered person. I don't know. That's for you to decide. But what I'm telling you is you do not have to rely 100% on his word, because the physical evidence is going to corroborate what he said. Witness testimony is going to corroborate what he tells you happened. Witness testimony and physical evidence and documents and cell phone records are going to corroborate the flight that he discusses that he went when he went on the run with Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano. Thank you, Judge. You all said in Fort Dyer, Mr. Brown continued to discuss how context and perspective are important. And that's why you are going to get all these pieces of the puzzle, because the context of this and putting all these pieces of the puzzle into perspective is what's the most important thing. Wait until you hear everything before you piece it together and decide whether or not what you believe happened to Marisela Botello. And I believe at the conclusion of the evidence, I know the conclusion of the evidence, what you are going to decide is that this young lady right here, sweet, fun-loving Marisela Botello Valadez, it just came down here for a long weekend, was killed by Lisa Dykes. Her body dumped outside south of Dallas and Wilmer on a country road by Miss Dykes and her wife, Nina Morano, just unceremoniously, so that they could get away with murder. At the conclusion of this, we are going to ask you to find Miss Dykes guilty of both murder and tampering with a corpse. Thank you.
Thank you, Goodman.
That was a good opening statement. Story, very easy to follow. Facts alleged, very easy to follow. I mean, this was 25 minutes. Good opening statement. Lots of prosecutors out there could learn from this prosecutor. Yeah, this also, she has no issue in telling the jury, you may like him, you may not like him. More or less, she said, I don't care if you like him or not. What he says will be corroborated with the physical evidence. That's good, because that shows she is not scared of what the evidence will show or what the defense will say about it. At all. That's a confident prosecutor. Like her a lot. This looks like the courtroom from that hospital pew. Yeah, I mean, it is Texas, it is Dallas, so it might be. I'm not really sure. I must say I haven't checked if it is the same courthouse even. Okay, let's see. What may the defense say?
Mr. Harris, will the defense make an opening statement?
Absolutely, Judge.
You have 17 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you for accepting responsibility as jurors. There are many excuses you could have given us that would allow us to strike you. You didn't do that. You accept responsibility for that. I thank you, and Ms. Dykes thanks you. Now, more important, it's time for the state to accept responsibility for this indictment, that these allegations that have been made against Mrs. Dykes. Now, when you talk about these allegations, you talk about these pieces of puzzle. Who was in charge of putting these pieces of puzzle together? Detective Christina Ramirez is trying to force these pieces of the puzzle together.
If you have the law on your side, then argue the law. If you have the facts, argue the facts. If you have the law, argue the law. If you have neither, bang the table. Yeah. Okay, but here he is. He's going to blame the lead investigator. I'm going back a few seconds.
Is trying to force these pieces of the puzzle together to get a conviction on Lisa Dykes, Nima Randall, and Charles Beltran. So, again, what we say is not evidence. But ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee you, you're not going to get a 911 call from a Charles Beltran on October 5th, on the morning hours of October 5th, 2020. Okay? The bottom line is this is what happens. Miss Marisela does come to Dallas from Seattle. She is meeting with her ex. She goes to stay with her ex-boyfriend, Raul. I think I'm saying his name right. Bottom line is they go out. They're drinking. They come back. He's drunk. She's been drinking too. It's 1:12. It's after midnight. I think the record says about 1:30 is what Raul's going to tell you. He can't get into his apartment because he's so drunk he can't find his key. Now, again, you'll see how Marisela was dressed. Again, all the things I'm saying, I'm not here to try to say anything negative about her personally. I'm just giving you the facts. You'll see how she was dressed. I believe if Raul tells you the truth, he's going to talk about the fact that there was drug use, that she used drugs during this period of time. In fact, not only was he drinking, he's going to, I believe, say that she...
Now I really don't like him. I know, zealously advocating for your client, and this is one of the things you can do, is victim blaming. I don't have to like it, and I don't. That's a high-risk game he's playing with the jury, because if half of them says it doesn't matter how a woman is dressed when she goes out, then he is already lost. That's a high-risk game he's playing here. Very high-risk game.
She's using Percocet. I believe that Charles Beltran tells you the truth. The way she met him is she goes, I think she takes an Uber back to Deep Ellum. This little lady, 1:30 in the morning, goes back to Deep Ellum. All right? Because, again, yeah, she's here for fun. She's not trying to just sleep on a cold porch waiting for Raul's roommate to come and let them in. She takes a Uber back to Deep Ellum. When she gets there, looking for fun, she runs into Charles Beltran and one of his friends that I anticipate you're going to hear from. and she's looking for weed. But she gets way more than weed from Charles Beltran. We know this because what happens is you're going to actually see a video of her and Charles Beltran entering the 7-Eleven in that Deep Alabama area. That's how we know that he was the last person seen with her. Okay? There's even still footage of still photos that show both of them, in the 7-Eleven. They leave the 7-Eleven, and Charles Beltran, when he's telling his
Dallas, Texas.
numerous stories that he tells the detectives, that he tells law enforcement, that he tells numerous friends about his contact with Marcellus. Because see, what happens is at some point, she goes missing. She misses her flight, and the family, they report her missing. So now he goes back down to Deep Ellum, and there's literally posters of this girl. And people start asking, Charles, wasn't you with her? And he's, oh yeah, we had sex. Oh, we smoked some weed, had sex in the car. Then she left. Oh, no. Then he tells another friend, no, I took her over to Mesquite. We had sex over there. I went in the studio. She was asleep. I went in the studio. Next thing I know, she was gone. I assumed she took the Uber. That's another story. Story after story changes and changes.
Okay. Thank you again to the PayPal donation. And again, this is from a person who I know uses another name. I think you use another name. And yeah. And for you who just joined us, everybody, meet Gigi in the chat. She's my first and best moderator. She became ill some time ago, and she is still recovering. And as you know, that in the United States, when you get ill for an extended period of time, your economy is fucked. So, this is what I'm doing this week during this trial. And everything that goes into my PayPal, I will transfer to her. Because not only is she still recovering, her economy is fucked. She's been with me during my entire run as streaming trials. And I want her to keep doing that. And that's why, so she can have a good Christmas, pay off some of the bills she got through not being able to do work, being ill, and all of that. I mean, most of you live in the United States. You know what will happen if you get ill for an extended period of time. And that's why I'm doing this. Everything that goes into my PayPal this week, I will transfer to Gigi so she can have a decent Christmas and pay off some of the bills. So thank you. There has so far been 2 donations via PayPal, and in the end of the week, I will show the receipts of what went into my PayPal and what I will send through her through her PayPal. Now, the reason I'm doing this through me is because I don't want to dox her, and you don't want to have her doxed, but because she has to have her PayPal in her actual name. And hence, it goes through me. Okay. Thank you again. You know who you are, who donated through PayPal. And if you use your YouTube name or your Rumble name and all of that, yeah, you know all that. You know all that. But yeah, so thank you again. Let's move back a few seconds and keep listening to this asshole victim blaming.
I went in the studio. She was asleep. I went in the studio. Next thing I know, she was gone. I assumed she took the Uber. That's another story. Story after story changes and changes. Even when Charles Beltran is caught, what he tells Detective Ramirez is, again, yeah, we went to the Ms. Dykes' house.
I don't like prison snitches any more than the other
We
guy.
had sex. She fell asleep. I
Difference
went to the
here-
studio. That's what I always do. I have girls over there.
Difference here is once he sat down and actually told, according to the prosecution, it was corroborated by actual physical evidence.
All the time. It was no big deal. You can look at the ring cameras. I have women over there all the time. That's what I do. I thought she just left and got an Uber. But when Detective Ramirez lies to him, and I said it's a lie, or infers to him, well, why is your blood with her blood at that house? You know you can get the death penalty. You can get the death penalty. Well, I submit to you, the evidence is going to show that Charles is so, they've been drinking all night. They've been smoking all night. He also uses ecstasy. I don't know what all he may have given Marisela. We don't know because her body was so badly decomposed. At the time they finally find it, we don't know what all she took while she was here in Dallas County. We have no idea. What we do know is that there were several people that indicated to law enforcement, to Detective Ramirez and other law enforcement, whether it was Detective Ramirez, whether it was the FBI, that they believed they saw her. They believed they saw her after October 5th, back in Deep Ellum, at one place, a Reno bar, They had surveillance video. They tried to look at the surveillance video. The lady said, well, whoever it was, it looked like her. I thought it was her. She was tweaking. Tweaking is, when you're so high, people can tell you're high. But the video was so grainy they couldn't tell whether it was her or not. But regardless, the lady believed that's the lady on the posters.
Something tells me he is not entirely accurate with his description. My understanding is that surveillance video shows short, with dark hair, extremely grainy. And the FBI, can anybody tell us if this is the missing person? We believe this might be the missing person. As you do when you're actively searching for somebody. This might be it. Please give us the information. No, I will not dox people who donate. I mean, you all know who you are, but if you have a name on the PayPal that isn't the same on your YouTube or at your Rumble, I will not say it. But you will know who you are, and I will know who you are, because I know most of the people who usually gives via PayPal. So no, I will not dox anyone. If you want to be doxed, then, or if you want your actual name to be out there, then write it in the message thingy. But no, I will never dox. I will never dox anyone.
That's her. That's what she told the FBI. That's what information that they gave Ramirez. And this is after these phone records show that she go over to Mesquite with Beltran. Okay, even more information about her being cited after. Yet numerous people call and say, look, well, first guy said, look, I got concern for this person. I think it's the lady that's missing. I think it's the lady that's missing. Ramirez does nothing with that information. Nothing with that information. More important, I think it's October the 12th. Officer Hayes, they're still looking for myself. They're still looking for October the 12th. He goes over to, it's not Deep Ellum, it's another place.
All right, now it's got a donation through Lou Hillier. Thank you so much. I will make sure to transfer it over to Gigi. And I have another one without any information but an email that I won't. I see a name here, but it's not the same as in your YouTube handle. So, but thank you. And at the end of the week, when I transfer everything over to Gigi, I will show all the receipts, all of them. Thank you so much, people. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, not even drunk me docs. And drunk me is an interesting experience that you can watch on Friday on my Finally Friday stream. Yeah, I mean, I know. Here's the thing. When I started doing this, I didn't know you shouldn't use your actual name. So I did. So, and with interesting developments, I have my fair share of, you are this and that, and I will send somebody for you, and stuff like that. And for you who know me, doesn't really work. Because if you have been a union rep, and I've been one for over 30 years, if you claim to know people who can do stuff to me, chances are I know them too. Okay, folks? So don't waste your time. Just don't. Back to the trial. Back to the trial.
Because they're looking everywhere for this girl. They're checking out the local drug locations, where users typically go. They go off 35. Mustang Inn. They come in contact with two brothers who say, no, yeah, we saw her. We saw her. In fact, there was a wellness call that was made concerned about this girl. They talked to Officer Hayes. But, now that was, I believe, October the 13th, the evidence was shown. They tell them, yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago. So because they said it was a couple of weeks ago, he discounts what they say. Well, it could have been a couple of weeks ago. She just got here. That's less than 2 weeks. But they were just speculating on how long. They just know they saw her, and it could have been a couple of weeks ago. But they just disregard that information. But more importantly, what the guys settled, well, she also hangs out at the City Inn. You got the Mustang Inn is here on 35. You go a little further south, there's a place called the City Inn. And they come in contact, that same officer goes down there, he's showing a photo of Marcellus. He's showing a photo, shows it to a security guard there. Yeah, she was here last night. But his name is Floyd Mitchell, the security guard. I anticipate you're going to hear from him. What you're not going to see is you won't see the body cam footage from that interview that Officer Hayes had with Mr. Mitchell. You won't see how definitely he was about, I just saw that girl. I just saw her. In fact, not only does she hang out here, she goes down to Valero. I saw her going down toward Valero, which is on Mercedes. Okay? A little further south. They go to Valero, ask them, have y'all seen her? Have any of y'all seen her? They say, no, we haven't seen her. But what they don't do, because it's not a puzzle piece they need, it doesn't fit their theory of the case. Valero has videos. They didn't check the videos. Detective Ramirez said, go back over there and check the videos, see if there's any sighting of Marcellus. There's also a Shell station that they talk about that's further up north on 35, over by the Mustang Inn, where they say they saw.
Now, this is a name I know. Thank you so much from Danny T. Thank you so much. I will make sure that it will be transferred to Gigi by the end of the week. Thank you so much for your donation through PayPal. Thank you so much.
Marcella. They don't follow up with any of that because that piece of the puzzle don't fit their theory of the case, her theory of the case. Because this is her case. This is her case. Detective Ramirez is the one who's going from state to state, city to city, collecting pieces of the puzzle to try to prove that Ms. Dykes stabbed Marisel. Now, I believe the evidence is going to show Mrs. Dykes is going to tell you she's never met Marcellus. She's never met this young lady. And she could care less about the women
I
that
know,
Charles was having at that house.
but I won't show it.
He was a rapper that she was investing in. Yes, was there some twisted, what do you call it, love triangle between the, yes, yes. But you're talking about Chuck Gorgeous. That's what he calls himself, Chuck Gorgeous. Because of the way he, he manipulates women, womanizes women. It's all in his, he's a rapper. I don't know, I'm gonna try to let you listen to some of his lyrics. I want you to hear how he feels about women. I hope I can show you some of his videos. How he feels about women. Who this guy is. He calls himself Chuck 50-50. Half amazing, half crazy. She knew both sides. She knew both sides. And unfortunately for Marcellus, the evidence is going to show she found out about the crazy side. Now, at the end of the day, we're going to argue, we're going to talk about whether the puzzles fit and whether the pieces of the puzzles fit, whether this evidence all adds up to a murder conviction. I submit to you that it does not, because in order for you to believe that this death was caused by stabbing, like Chuck said, you're going to have to believe Chuck. Because I submit to you, the physical evidence that I believe they're going to present is not consistent with his version of the case. Regardless of the fact that he's lied numerous times.
Now this might be important later on, what he just said. But as I said, the case is strange and the trial is weird. So, yeah. But what he just said, that's the only thing I believe he says in his opening statement that I find interesting. The rest is just word salad for me.
It's not consistent with his version of the case. Because it didn't happen the way, I don't know what happened to Marcellus. Ms. Dykes doesn't know what happened. She's going to tell you she doesn't know what happened to Marcellus. Has she been to Wilma? Absolutely, she's been to Wilma. Was she in Wilma during that time period? She's been to Wilma numerous times. That doesn't mean she killed Marcellus.
And we have another donation. Thank you so much. And this, I know your YouTube handle. Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much. I will make sure it will be transferred to Gigi by the end of the week. And I will show receipts of everything. Okay. Thank you so much again.
I believe the evidence is going to show that even though they're going to say that, whoa, we got Nino Morano and Lisa Dykes' phones in the Wilmer area where Marcella's phone, it's speaking off the same tower where Marcella's body is found. There's not going to be one shred of evidence that's going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that on October the 5th of 2020, Marcella's body is even in Wilmer. They don't know when that body got there. They don't have one witness, just for when. All they know is months later, they find her body. No hair to test, to determine whether or not, what all substances, did she have an overdose? I mean, what happened? If she's tweaking, there are numerous different side effects of tweaking, seizures, blood, your nose bleeds, many things can happen. And before my time runs out, let me also make sure I cover this part. Listen, ladies, the reason I'm talking about Christina Ramirez, Detective Ramirez, is because This all starts with an arrest warrant. That arrest warrant concludes or has probable cause, what she believed was probable cause to present to a judge so that she could arrest Ms. Dykes, Ms. Moreno, and Mr. Beltran. It initially started with capital murder. That was the charge. Detective Ramirez said, oh, we got evidence for capital murder. Not only do I have all of them together in Mesquite, which is, again, kind of playing with it. We are telling you we lived there. Those phones, yes, say that they all were at Mesquite on October the 5th, the early morning hours, but that doesn't mean that they were communicating together. It just means that they're all bounced off the same tower. But, you know, that's what she kind of refers to a judge. They're together. We know they were together. Then they further say in the affidavits that we find hair samples that we believe are consistent with Marcellus in the trunk of an Audi that Charles was driving. And I want to talk about this Audi and how he lies about. First, he says he leaves in he tells him so many stories. It's hard for me to keep up with it all. But I believe his first story was he left in the Tucson. But then we know he left in the Audi where they're saying they found his hair because he stops at a oil change place at 9. So he wants you to believe our witness is horrific murder in the early morning hours, whatever, right? And then, you know, I'll stop and do an oil change at 9 o'clock on October 5th. They got the records. If they don't submit them, I will. Now, more importantly, in this affidavit which leads to an arrest, which leads to search warrants, they lie about Marcellus' blood being found with Chuck's blood. When I say Chuck, I'm referring to Charles Beltran. Oh, okay. Let me rephrase that. They don't. She said it appears. We believe that the blood that's found with Marcellus belongs to Lisa Dykes and Nina Moreno and Chuck Beltran. The blood that's found in that house, their blood is found together. That's how she gets this arrest warrant. All that blood is supposed to be found together. They use words like it appears, we believe, but they're still telling a judge, they're referring to a judge, that all these people were together and we find her blood, all their blood together. That's what they're telling them to get this arrest warrant.
Hey, Sonny. Sunny South Florida. Yeah. And she just received the Jingles Viking ornament. Now, the sale of Mr. Jingles Viking ornament was ended last Sunday because they couldn't guarantee it was you could receive it before Christmas. Now, I will make different holiday jingles once we get up to Easter or midsummer and stuff like that. So there will be reoccurring jingles merch in my store. Yeah, but I'm glad you received it. Glad you received it, Sonny. Let's continue.
Then subsequent to that, they say that the Nina and Lisa's phones are found in a tense area where the body is later found. That's what the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen. Again, all that was speculation. And we'll argue more about, you know, where their phones actually go to and will. But more importantly, I want you to know that when Swifts, who does our forensics, does the DNA, yeah, there is blood belonging to Marcellus, but it's not with, it doesn't belong to Chuck. It doesn't belong to Lisa. It doesn't belong to Nina. It belongs to another female and another male. Because again, it wasn't unusual for Chuck to bring people over to that house, over to his room, whether it's in the studio or whatever it is, okay? It wasn't unusual. And we're going to talk to him about it.
Finding Marisela's blood in the house and everything that happened later. Well, we'll just have to wait and listen to the testimony and the forensic testimony and everything and what the forensic experts will testify to. But as I said, strange case, weird trial. And we will look at it throughout this week, and maybe you will find the same conclusion I have, or you might find another, you might think something else. I don't know. I haven't watched a second of this trial, but I've seen some of the results. And it's weird. It's really, really weird. Sonny asks, are there more subpar wannabe rappers or rich people trying to hitch their wagon through them? Well, all we know is that this particular rapper, who is in his early 30s, he has his sugar mama, who is on trial here, who is married to a female lawyer. They had a lot of money, and they tried to escape justice, they tried to escape to Cambodia. And apparently, being a Texas early 30s rapper, having middle-aged women taking care of you is something to brag about. Apparently. I wouldn't, but I'm not an early 30s rapper. I will never be. Even though I have done dramatic readings of Young Thug lyrics, I will never be a rapper.
So I don't know who all he brought over there with him. I don't know why their blood is mixed
Hey, Bobby.
with Miss Marisela's blood, but it is. That's the facts. Those are the facts. So we don't know, again, how she died. We don't know who caused her murder. In order for you to believe that, again, you have to believe Chuck. And what I submit to you is, based on the physical evidence, the little blood that they found, it's not going to be consistent, or it won't corroborate his version. Because it didn't happen the way he said it happened. Numerous people know that Marisela's was seen after going over to Miss B. Oh, all this running stuff. Let me talk about this. I want to also make sure, because I believe you're going to hear about Santa Marta. Chuck, I think the detective, because of his record, which you're going to learn about his record. Thank you, Judge. You're going to learn about his record. He's going to say, well, I didn't believe, because of my record, I didn't believe anybody would believe that I didn't have anything to do with it, that I wasn't the one that killed her. The detective said, yeah, they're going to think you're a monster. They're probably going to believe you're a monster because you're the one with a violent history. You're the womanizer. You're the one that's the monster. No one's going to believe you. That's what he thought. And why would you? Why would you? When you see they're going to bring him in here, I'm going to show you how he looked back then. I'm going to show you what Miss Marisela ran into down in Deep Ellum. Now, the bottom line is that I believe that Lisa's going to tell you that they went to Cambodia just because they felt that Detective Ramirez was persecuting them. They felt like the government was persecuting them. Yeah, we got to go somewhere where we can try to be political refugees, where we can try to
Political refugees?
A fair shake.
Are you serious?
So yeah, they go to Cambodia, and then they're extradited back.
Political refugees, oh my God.
But as far as evidence that corroborates the indictment in this case, that on October the 4th or October the 5th, that Lisa Dykes stabbed, and again, don't let him try to minimize what he said, because you're going to see, anyway, you're just going to see so many different versions of what he said. But he's saying that he stabbed him. He knocks him off the bed onto the floor. The evidence in that room is not consistent with someone having stab wounds, getting onto the floor, it's not consistent with someone stabbing someone. Ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to all the evidence in this case, when you heard all the witnesses, we believe the law will dictate that you find Ms. Dykes not guilty. Not because that's what I want you to do, or what Ms. Dykes wants you to do, or Ms. Bassett, but because that's what the law is going to dictate that you do. Because Charles Beltran cannot be trusted. And there is not evidence to corroborate what he says. I don't know if Charles killed Ms. Valadez. I don't know what happened to Ms. Valadez. You know, whether she died of overdose or what. What I do know is that they will not be able to prove to you that Ms. Dykes committed this offense because she didn't. And at the conclusion, we're going to ask that you find her not guilty because she is not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Pittman, call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Ernestina Valadez.
All right, that was the opening statement. I'm not too impressed by the defense opening statement. Now he does bring up some interesting facts. How he alleges the facts of the case will not speak towards the version of events the prosecution is bringing forward. And all I say is this trial is weird. That's all I'm going to say, because I haven't heard anything about it. I haven't watched a second of it before we all did. So yeah, this will be interesting. And I'm supposed to check my Discord messages. I will. But first witness. Okay. She will have a translator.
All right, it has come to the court's attention that this witness does not speak the English language. Madam Interpreter, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will correctly translate from English to Spanish and Spanish back to English all of the questions, answers, and proceedings today in court?
I do, Your Honor.
Please state your name and license number.
Carol Pierce, Pierce, license number 1663.
Ma'am, if you would please raise your right
Señora,
hand.
levante la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Sí, lo juro.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Jay. Put your hand.
Judge, could we move the,
The television? Yes.
just a little bit?
Just, you can put it on the floor.
The weird sound is
and
the
just
court
put your
feed,
fingers
not
around.
me.
Yes, I just want to just slightly, just so we can see her as well.
Sure.
I'm just going to turn it a little bit, if that's okay. I see it. No, we good. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Ms. Pittman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you state your name for the court reporter and spell your name, please?
Mi nombre es Ernestina Valadez Frutos.
My name is Ernestina Valadez Frutos.
And Ms. Frutos, can you
I have
tell the
no
jury
idea what
what
you
your
just said.
relationship with Marisel is?
Mi relación con ella era muy bonita.
My relationship with her was very nice.
And she was your daughter, correct?
Sí, ella es mi primera hija.
Yeah, she's my first daughter.
And how old was she the last time that you saw her?
23 años.
23 years.
I want to go back and have you tell the jury a little bit about.
Oh, again, thank you to another donation that I will make sure will reach Gigi by the end of the week. Thank you to Indigo Luna. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Family. Where was Marisela born?
Ella siempre fue muy alegre, muy amigable.
She was always very friendly, very joyous.
Confiaba mucho en sus amigos, en las personas.
She trusted her friends, people.
No desconfiaba. Ella siempre quería que nosotros tuviéramos amigos.
She didn't suspect of anybody. She always wanted us to have friends.
And I want to stop you for just a minute. I want us to talk more about Marisela in just a minute, but I want to talk about kind of her history and the history of your family, okay?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, where was Marisela born?
Ella nació en norte de Carolina.
She was born in North Carolina.
And who's her father?
Salvador Botello, aquí presente.
Salvador Botello, present.
Okay. And you all have been married for how long?
Tenemos casados a 28 años.
We've been married for 28 years.
Now, you all lived in North Carolina. That's when Marisela was born. When did you all move to Seattle?
Ella nació allá y nos venimos cuando ella tenía 8 meses para Seattle, perdón.
She was born there, and then we moved to Seattle when she was 8 months old.
And what brought you all to Seattle?
Mi esposo solo trabajaba y estaba muy retirado de su trabajo, no tenía carro, tenía que tomar un ride, entonces era muy difícil.
Well, my husband was the only one that worked, and he had no car. He had to take a ride. It was very hard.
Y aquí tenía sus hermanas y nos venimos para acá porque le hablaban que aquí había más oportunidad de trabajo.
And he had his sisters here, and we came here because we were told that there was more work here.
And did your husband Salvador eventually get a good job in Seattle?
Sí.
Yes.
And my understanding is he's been with that same company for 25 years?
Sí, sí.
Yes.
Okay. And we had the opportunity to visit your home in Seattle. Did Marisela live with you in that home?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and it's an apartment, is that right?
Yes.
How long had you all lived in that apartment?
En ese departamento, como casi 24 años.
In that apartment, almost like 24 years.
24 years in the same apartment.
Sí.
Yes.
And who lived with you in that apartment?
Nada más mi esposo, mi hijo y mi hija.
Just my husband, my son, and my daughter.
Okay. And your son is also here today, Mr.
Sí, aquí está.
Luis Botello.
Yes.
Now, did Marisela graduate from high school?
Sí.
Yes.
What kinds of activities did she like to do in high school?
And again, thank you for the recent donations via PayPal. And this time, thank you, Farrell. Thank you so much. I will make sure it will get transferred to Gigi by the end of this week. Again, thank you so much. Thank you. And for you who just joined, Gigi, my first and best moderator, she has been with me my entire run as I'm streaming trials as a moderator. She became ill a while ago. She is recovering, but as you know, if you get an illness for an extended time, your economy gets fucked. So what I'm doing is, through my PayPal, I am raising money so she can pay off some of her bills and get a decent Christmas. That's the least I can do since she has been with me all this time. And you all know, once your economy is is fucked. The bills that don't get paid, interest gets accumulated. So anything, if you can, don't give anything you can't. But if you can, please do. And I will transfer it over to her. I will show receipts of everything the end of the week, because she has a PayPal of her own. But since it's in her actual name, I don't want to dox her. So it goes through me, and I will show all the receipts you need. Okay, thank you so much for everybody who chooses to donate to make sure Gigi can pay off some of the bills and get a decent Christmas. Thank you so much.
A ella le gustaba correr, running se llama, no estoy segura, pero
She
corría.
liked to run, track, I think it's called, I'm not sure.
Did she like to work out?
Mucho.
A lot.
Okay, did she have any issues in school with, showing up to school, attendance, things of that nature?
No.
No.
Okay, so she was a good student.
Sí.
Yes.
What were her dreams? What did she want to do with her life after high school?
Ella quería seguir estudiando, pero lamentablemente pues nosotros no nos alcanzaba para pagarle sus estudios, entonces ella trabajó y regresó al colegio para estudiar. Decía que quería ser nutrióloga o nutrióloga.
She wanted to continue studying, but unfortunately we couldn't afford her studies, so she began to work, and then she went back to school because she said that she wanted to be a nutritionist.
So she had aspirations, she had dreams to go to college, do something bigger with herself in her life.
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
You said that she worked. Was there ever a time that she was without a job?
Sí, se quedó sin trabajo en la pandemia.
Yes, during the pandemic, she was out of work.
Okay. And at some point, was she able to find work again, kind of when the businesses started reopening?
Sí.
Yes.
And other than the pandemic, was she just continuously employed?
And thank you to Peace Peony for your donations via PayPal. I very much appreciate it, and I will make sure it gets transferred to Gigi by the end of the week. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Siempre. Se le terminaba uno o por alguna razón no iba porque ella siempre tomaba bus, no tenía carro, entonces a veces estaba muy retirado del trabajo, dejaba ese, pero agarraba uno más cortito.
Always. Sometimes maybe she had to quit a job because it was too far away. She didn't have a car, so she had to take the bus, but she would take another job right away.
And my understanding is you and your daughter worked at the same place for some time. Is that correct?
Sí, cuando ella tenía 16 años, ella quiso aplicar donde yo trabajaba. Yo trabajaba en Wendy's, duré 12 años ahí. Ella trabajó de 16 a 18 años. Ella duró ahí 2 años.
Yes. At one time, when she was 16, she applied at the same job where I was working at Wendy's, where I've worked for 12 years, and she worked there for 2 years since she was 16 until she was 18.
And from 16 to 18, you all worked together. When she graduated from high school, did she ever leave your house, or did she always live with you?
Alguna vez salió se movió a un lugar porque estaba cortito su trabajo, se movió para allá, pero fue corto tiempo, no es como ni tal vez 8 meses.
At one time, because of work, she moved out, but it was for a short time, about 8 months.
Okay, and then she moved back in with you and your family?
Sí.
Yes.
What kind of rules did you have for being, I guess, an adult living in your home?
Pues como toda mamá, uno siempre quiere que los hijos no salgan hasta muy tarde. Eso le decíamos, y si se le hacía muy tarde, entonces decíamos, no, aquí no vas a llegar tarde, tenemos, digamos, hasta las 12.
Well, like any mother, you don't want your children to come back really late, to be out late. So we would tell her, no, you have to come back at the most at midnight, 12.
And did she generally follow those rules?
Sí.
Yes.
Was she respectful about communicating with you and letting you know where she was?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí, por alguna razón, como le digo, ella no manejaba, se quedaba por alguna razón que era muy tarde o nevaba, se quedaba con su amiga que siempre, donde vivía, se quedaba ahí, pero era porque no podía tomar un Uber o ya era muy tarde.
Yes, if for any reason it got really, really late and she couldn't come back, or it was snowing, then she would stay with her friend, with her best friend, and but she would always tell you.
Okay. And who was her best friend?
En aquel tiempo se llamaba Samantha, una muchacha que vivía en el centro de Seattle.
At that time, it was a girl called Samantha. It was a girl that lived in downtown Seattle.
Okay. Did she like to travel?
Mucho, mucho. A ella le gustaba viajar, conocer lugares.
A lot. She liked to travel, to know new places.
And did she sometimes travel alone?
Últimamente sí.
Recently, yeah, she did.
How did you feel about that?
Yo siempre le decía que no estaba bien que viajara sola. Yo siempre fui muy como miedosa, se puede decir, me daba miedo que viajara sola. Y ella decía, no, mam, a mí no me va a pasar nada. ¿Qué me van a hacer? Nadie me va a hacer nada. Ella confiaba mucho en las personas que la rodeaban.
Well, I didn't really like the fact that she wanted to travel alone. I was scared, but she would say, no, Mom, what's going to happen to me? She liked to trust people a lot.
When she did travel, did she communicate with you?
Sí, todo el tiempo.
All the time.
Did she let you know what her plans were?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so you knew when she was going to leave and when she was supposed to return.
Sí.
Another donation received, this time from MG Law. Thank you so much. I will make sure it gets transferred to Gigi by the end of the week. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Was there ever a time in the 23 years that you all, I guess, just lost contact with each other, or she just didn't communicate with you?
No, todo el tiempo tuvimos contacto.
No, we were in contact all the time.
So I want to talk about when she decided to travel to Dallas. First of all, how did you feel about her going to Dallas alone?
Por principio, para decir verdad, igual me dio miedo porque me dijo que venía sola, pero estaban los tickets baratos por la pandemia.
In the beginning, actually, yes, I was scared, but because she was coming by herself, but tickets were very cheap at that time because of the pandemic.
And how did she make you feel like it was going to be okay?
Sí.
Yes.
She was going to leave on October 2nd, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you recall if you all took her to the airport or if her friend took her or how she got there?
No, ella tomó un Uber porque lo tomó a las 6 de la mañana. 6 de la mañana, pero yo me levanté, la miré cuando sacó su maleta y bajó los escalones. Ella venía muy contenta que venía a Dallas.
She took an Uber. She left at 6 a.m. and I saw her when she was picking up her suitcase, and she was so happy that she was coming back to Dallas, that she was coming to Dallas.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you knew that she was supposed to return on October 5th, is that correct?
El 5, ella tenía que tomar su vuelo para atrás.
Yes, on the 5th, she had to take the plane back.
Do you recall what time her flight was supposed to get back in on the 5th?
Exactamente, no me acuerdo si 1 o 2, no recuerdo. Pero yo le texteé para asegurarme que qué horas llegaba. Nunca me contestó.
I'm not sure exactly what time, 1 or 2, and I texted her asking her what time she would arrive, but she never answered.
At what point did you, as a family, begin to be concerned about Marisela and her whereabouts?
Mi sobrino me contactó y me dijo que algo estaba mal porque no había tomado su vuelo. Y él le habló a Dennis, que trabaja en el aeropuerto. E investigaron que se había tomado el vuelo o no, y efectivamente no lo había tomado.
Well, a nephew called me and he said that something was wrong because she hadn't taken the flight. And he called Dennis that works at the airport and they began investigating. And in fact, she hadn't taken the flight.
And then, Nestle, that is your cousin, is that correct?
Yes,
And she works for an airline, so she can look at who boards flights and who doesn't. Is that right? What went through your mind when she learned that she hadn't boarded her flight and you hadn't heard from her?
Por un momento pensé que pues lo había perdido o que tal vez lo iba a tomar después, porque pues en ese momento ella sí trabajaba en Charlie Roots. Charlie Roots trabajaba.
The victim was found 6 months later, a bit north of Dallas, and not much of her was left. Was her phone recovered? I don't know. I haven't watched 1 second of the trial so far. But the prosecution in their opening statement says they have phone records and physical evidence that backs up the charges. That's the short version of it. So, and again, this entire case is strange. And this trial is weird. And from what I've learned about this trial and case, I could not avoid watching this trial with you all. Because there are strange and weird things all over this case and trial. And we will all find out together what it is. Well, what is weird? Well, the people involved is a early 30s rapper who lives on his sugar mama, who is the defendant, and his sugar mama's wife. This triage of people did do interesting things to avoid getting captured, and then they were captured, and then they fled to Cambodia, and then they came back, and now it's a trial. Much weird things about everything about this case and trial. Yeah, another rapper. Yeah, I seem to not been able to avoid rappers. She was 23 at the time of her disappearance. The rapper was then late 20s, and the defendant was mid 50s. Defendant's wife was late 40s. So we have a not so young rapper who lives with 2 middle-aged women while he's trying to have a rap career. Oh yeah, and the defendant's name is Dykes. And yeah.
En una tienda de Charlie Roots, ella tenía que regresar, entonces sí se me hizo extraño que no lo hubiera tomado, entonces sí tuve un mal presentimiento.
well, at first I thought that she had missed the plane or that she had changed it for a later one, but she was working at Charlotte Roots at that time. So I began to worry because she had to go back to work. That's when I began to really worry.
And was it like her to ever miss work?
No, nunca faltaba.
No, she never missed.
Ella tenía un cargo, no era asistente de manager.
Her position was, I think, manager assistant.
And part of that, I guess, work ethic comes from you and your husband, where you all work every day.
Sí, muy responsable siempre.
Yes, very responsible, always.
When you learned that she did not get on that flight and you couldn't get a hold of her, what did your family do?
Platicamos con mi esposo y al otro día, porque eso fue un lunes 5 que no supimos nada de ella, hablamos para acá al departamento de policía con la ayuda de mi sobrino Salvador. No nos dijeron nada, entonces hicimos arreglos y vino para acá mi esposo con Dennis.
Well, on that day, we talked with my husband, and then we decided to call here. We called the police, and our family member Dennis helped us.
When you called the police, did you report her missing?
Sí, hicimos como un reporte.
Yes, we did. We made a report.
And what was their kind of response?
Exactamente no dijeron nada. Dijeron que no había por qué preocuparse porque solamente habían pasado horas. Entonces no era como por qué preocuparse, fue la respuesta que nos dieron.
Well, actually, they told us not to worry because it had just been a matter of hours, so not to worry. That's the answer we got.
And did you follow up with them when she didn't return the next day and there was no communication?
Muted. Not legal advice. But if you are certain your relative, your friend is missing, and the cops tell you not to worry, fuck them. They need to get the report done now. Just because they don't want to receive the report, I don't care. Make them take that report, because every minute is important when somebody is missing. Every minute. At least make them take the report. Don't settle with them saying, yeah, oh, wait until tomorrow. No. If you believe your relative, your friend is missing, make them take the report. Okay? Because this, let's wait a minute, blah, 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 blah. Bull crap. If you believe your friend, your relative is missing, make the cops take your report immediately.
Al día siguiente fue cuando mi esposo con Denise tomaron el vuelo para acá, para Dallas.
The next day, my husband and Denise took a flight to here, to Dallas.
So it was such a concern because she was so responsible about communicating with you, immediately took action.
Claro que sí, claro.
Of course.
And when your husband and Danny came down, what did they do, if you know?
Vinieron al departamento de policía, y igual entraron, dijeron lo que estaba pasando y les dieron la misma respuesta. Dijeron, puede ser que se fue de fiesta, anda de party, no se preocupen, no tomaron mucho en cuenta. Nosotros con una preocupación enorme, y esa fue la respuesta que dieron.
Well, my husband and Danny went to the police department, and again, they told them she was missing, and they got the same answer. Don't worry, she's probably partying. That's the answer they got.
How was that frustrating for you, knowing your daughter?
Sí, exacto, porque igual sus amigos me llamaban y me texteaban, es que no me contesta, a mí siempre me contestaba, y pues sin poder hacer nada.
Yes, her friends would call me and tell me, I'm calling her, I'm texting her, and she's not answering. That never happens, and we couldn't do anything, nothing.
And it wasn't just her phone contact, it was also her social media accounts that just went completely silent.
Exactamente.
Yeah. Exactly.
It was as if she just was gone.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
Now, your husband came down with Danny down here to look for her, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
How long do you think they stayed?
Creo que vieron la denuncia, y como no vieron que hicieran mucho caso, ellos se fueron con Raúl. Todo un miércoles anduvieron dando vueltas donde supuestamente anduvieron con Raúl. Buscaron todo el día, y pues no miraron nada, se regresaron ese día en la noche.
Well, as they reported it, but they didn't get a good answer from the authorities, then them and Raul went to the place where she had been, and they looked all day. It was a Wednesday, and they didn't find anything. They didn't get any results.
At some point, did your husband return?
Perdón. Para acá, no.
To
No.
here, no.
I'm sorry, did your husband return back to Seattle?
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And he was able to meet up with the friend, Raul Ortiz, that she had been staying with, is that right?
Exactamente.
Exactly.
And she had left basically her suitcase, everything there, and he was able to get some of those things from Raul.
Sí, en el miércoles cuando estuvieron aquí, platicaron con Raúl y mi esposo vino a recoger su maleta.
Yes, that Wednesday, he talked with Raul, and my husband went to get her suitcase.
Now, were you all able, well, before I ask you that, John, may I put? Ms. Valadez, is this a picture of your daughter because you knew her when she was alive?
Esas fotos se las tomó 2 meses antes. Ella quería tomarse fotos de estudio y esas fotos se las tomó.
That picture was taken 2 months before. She wanted to have studio pictures, and those photos were
So 2 months before she came to us.
Sí.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer states 1 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, one of the other things that we talked about before, is, we had talked about that you just lost complete communication with her, which was incredibly unusual.
No, como le digo, por alguna razón, ella no podía llegar. Ella me hablaba y me decía, madre, estoy bien.
No, as I said before, if for any reason she couldn't come back on time, she would call me and said, Mom, I'm fine.
We talked about before, you also kind of helped her open a bank account when she was younger, and you were still on that bank account, is that correct?
Sí, la tuvimos desde que ella abrió su cuenta. Yo estuve siempre con ella en su cuenta.
Yes, we had it since we opened that account, and I was always on that account too.
And one of the things that you all did to kind of get a clue about what happened to her, where she was, is you got into her bank account, which you were a signer on, is that correct?
Sí, yo me metí para ver si había tomado pues algún Uber para donde había pagado con su tarjeta y pues de esa manera yo envié algún recibo de la último Uber que tomó y pues sí, o sea, ya como le digo siempre, estuvimos juntos en la cuenta.
Yes, I looked at the account to see when was the last time that she had spent money, that she had used her card, when was the last time that she had taken an Uber and where. Yes, as I said, I was always part of that account too.
Your Honor, first, please. Ms. Valadez, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Do these appear to be Marisela's Bank of America records?
I don't speak Spanish,
Sí.
so
Yes,
And it looks like we have from September 5th, 2020 to October 6th, 2020. Is that correct?
Sí, sí,
yes.
And then after that, October 7th, 2020 to November 3rd, 2020,
sí,
Yes,
November 4th, 2020 to December 7th, 2020,
sí,
yes,
and then December 8th, 2020 to January 5th, 2021.
sí.
And I believe there's one more, and that is December 6th, 2021 to February 2nd, 2021.
Sí.
And all of these are State's Exhibit 2. Your Honor, State offers State's Exhibit 2 for all purposes.
You can tender to opposing counsel.
Yes.
I agree that the testimony loses in translation, but there's not much I can do about it, or that the court can do about it. I feel for this woman because she tried to report her daughter missing. The cops said, "Oh, just wait," and whoever that cop is, go be a security guard at a mall somewhere, you piece of garbage.
No objection.
If a mother reports her child missing, take that fucking report, lazy cunt.
Now, we talked about the bank records. Did it appear that she quit using her bank card on early morning hours of October 5th, 2020?
What day did you say?
October 5th, 2020.
Lo que yo miré fue el 4 en la noche, bueno, no sé si como a las 12, usó la tarjeta para un 7-Eleven, creo yo.
What I saw was that she used the card on October the 4th around midnight at a 7-Eleven, I think.
And you shared this information with your cousin, Nestle, and you all went through this information together, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I kind of want to move on from that and talk about what communication did you have with the Dallas Police Department in the days and weeks after Marisela went missing?
Bueno, pues como nosotros seguimos insistiendo en hablar para que pues hicieran una investigación, creo que a la semana o 2 semanas fue cuando tomaron en serio y empezaron a una investigación y me estaban llamando para hacerme preguntas y fue como a las 2 semanas creo yo que empezaron.
Well, as we insisted, about 1 or 2 weeks later, they began to take it seriously and they started to investigate and they began to call me and make questions. It was about 2 weeks later.
Okay. Initially, you were not, the detective assigned to the case was not Christina Ramirez, was it?
No.
No.
Okay, it was a different investigator.
Sí.
Yes.
And was it around December that you started getting communication from a detective Ramirez?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Did she explain to you why she was now handling the case versus the initial detective?
Ella no me llamó otra persona que estaba en el caso. Ellos me dijeron, nosotros es todo lo que podemos hacer, no podemos hacer nada, tenemos que pasar el caso a unos investigadores profesionales.
Well, she didn't call me. Actually, it was other people that called me and they said that that's all they could do. They couldn't do anything else, that they had to pass the case to some professional investigators.
Okay. And that's when Detective Ramirez.
Sí, después fue cuando ella ya me llamó.
Yes, then
Sorry, muted. So first, this case went to cops who couldn't give a fuck. And then it was transferred to a cop who actually gave a fuck. And all of a sudden, things got serious. Let's continue.
she called me.
Okay. Was there a point that Detective Ramirez came to Seattle to speak with you? And meet with your family?
Sí.
Okay, and she was joined by another detective?
Sí. Con José
Ortiz?
José Ortiz.
Yes, with Jose Ortiz.
And you all were able to speak about Marisela, and they were able to speak to her friends and interview her friends and kind of get information about her.
Sí. Para entonces, cuando ella fue, yo tenía todavía la esperanza de que mi hija estuviera con alguien. Y cuando llegó la prueba de ADN, fue cuando me di cuenta que mi hija ya no estaba.
Yes, by then I still thought that my daughter would be with someone, but then when we got the results of the DNA test, that's when I realized that my daughter was not there anymore.
Can you tell the jury how that felt to have that hope for those months? This was in about January, is that right?
Yeah.
Sí.
Imagine having hope
Yes.
Uno de madre
and then not having it anymore.
nunca quiere perder a su hijo.
I feel
Y
for
menos de esta manera,
this.
como mi hija terminó. Ella vino.
As a parent, you do not ever want to hear about your child's demise. It shouldn't happen. And Marisela, she was just out to have some fun. And that cost her life. It shouldn't happen because this wannabe rapper with his sugar mamas and whatever happened in that apartment / house / whatever. Yeah, this poor mother. And all Marisela wanted to go was to go out and have some fun. And something happened in that apartment that ended her life.
Contenta que no me acabaron con su vida.
Yes, as a mother, you never want to lose your child, especially the way she did. And somebody just cut her life short.
Y no conforme con eso, la tiraron como si fuera una basura.
I'm not happy with that. They threw her away as if she were trash.
Y no la encontraron hasta meses después.
She's not found until months later.
Y me hablaban las personas, las que la estaban buscando, me dijeron, encontramos una parte de su hija. Encontraron 2 partes de mi hija en una bolsa de basura. Eso es injusto.
And the people that were looking for her called me and said, we found one part of your daughter. Then they said, we found 2 parts of your daughter, and we found them in a trash bag. That's over there.
Your Honor, I pass the witness. Cross-examination.
Oh. Now, if this lawyer, the defense lawyer, keeps at his the victim shaming he was doing in his opening statement, he's walking a very thin line, because once the jury is against you, there's nothing you can do. Nothing. So if he keeps doing the victim shaming, I haven't heard anything from this trial. I'm just saying I hope he does not do victim shaming as he did in his opening statement.
Your Honor, forward with that. Certainly, does she not have anything? It's right behind her, I just wanted to help. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Ms. Bass.
Thank you. Mrs. Valdez, I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Did you know your daughter's friends, in particular, boyfriends or ex-boyfriends?
Sí,
Yes,
Did you know Raul Ortiz?
lo conocí poco.
I knew him a little.
And was he an ex-boyfriend of Marisel?
Yo sabía que eran amigos.
I knew that they were friends.
And how did you meet him?
Cuando era joven en la escuela, iba con mi hija.
When they were young at school, he was with my daughter.
So he lived in the Seattle area for a time.
Sí,
Yes,
Did you know that Marisela was going to see him in Dallas?
sí,
yes,
Did you know her current boyfriend at the time, a man by the name of Patrick Helmbrecht? I think I'm saying his name correctly.
era su amigo. O sea, ella no tenía relación formal, realmente su amigo.
it wasn't a formal relationship. They were friends. He was her friend only.
Okay. So, ma'am, you reached out to Dallas Police Department, but they didn't really help you very much in trying to find your daughter.
De principio no.
In the beginning, they did.
And they kept telling you, oh, she's probably just partying. She's just partying.
Sí,
Yes,
Did you know that your daughter drank and used drugs?
no,
no,
But you knew that she liked to go out and party with her friends.
a veces.
sometimes.
Now, when you met with Detective Ramirez and Detective Ortiz Vivas, what month did you meet with them? Your initial meeting, your first meeting with them?
Exactamente, no recuerdo el mes. No, no recuerdo el mes.
I don't remember exactly the month. I don't remember the month.
But did they seem responsive to you and your concerns?
Sí,
Yes,
Now, you said your husband came to Dallas and met with Marisela's friend Raul Ortiz. Is that correct?
sí,
yes,
Did your husband bring back any of your daughter's belongings that were left with Raul?
las recogió. Sí, recogió. Mm.
pick them up. Yes, they did.
Do you remember what what Marisela's dad brought back with him from Dallas to Seattle?
Simplemente ropa.
Just clothes.
Clothes. Do you remember a suitcase or purses or any of her belongings, other belongings?
No,
No,
But you do remember her clothes coming back?
solo la ropa. Lo que nunca apareció fue su bolsa, su pertenencia privada, la bolsa y tarjeta, su teléfono. Eso nunca lo encontramos.
just her clothes. We never found her purse or cards or private belongings. We never found any of those.
So you didn't get Marisela's purse that was found in Raul's car?
Bolsa personal, no, solamente la maleta con ropa.
Personal purse, no, just her suitcase with clothes.
I would assume because it's in evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach?
It's hard to get back things that are evidence in a case. I deemed probably her suitcase not being evidence since it was found.
Ma'am, I know you took a look at this earlier. This is Marisela's bank statement that you shared with her.
Sí.
Okay. And do you see what the last two dates are?
Cinco.
Fifth,
Do you see two other entries in there where her bank card was used after the 5th?
Ajá. Porque cuando me dijeron que cuando usó la tarjeta de mi hija el domingo en la noche, hasta otro día se cobró.
yes, because I was told that when they used
No.
my,
Without being told, do you see the last two entries and what dates are those, ma'am?
Ajá. Sí. Pero lo que tengo entendido es cuando usan la tarjeta, depende lo que sea, no lo cobran exacto, sino hasta otro día. Es lo que tengo entendido.
but what I understand is that when the card is used, it's not recorded on the same day, but the next day. That's what I understand.
But the dates on here are showing two purchases on October 6th, one at Select Start Arcade and one at Fedora, both places in Dallas. Yes or no?
¿Están ahí?
Are they there?
Right here.
So they are alleging that she made purchases
So
later,
yes or no, ma'am?
but
No tengo idea por qué están ahí. Como le digo, a nosotros jamás no se entregaron su tarjeta, su bolsa, su teléfono, nada.
I have no idea why they're there. because we
Objection,
were-
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained. And if you could listen to the specific question and answer that question if you can. If you can't, then please let us know.
So ma'am, yes or no, there were two uses of her card on October 6th, 2020.
Sí,
Yes.
Yeah. Now this will be up to the prosecution to show that the purchases shown on a card was a draw from the day prior or something. That's up to the prosecution to show. But again, weird and strange facts in this trial.
And do you know if those two places were located in Deep Ellum, Medora, and the arcade?
no tengo idea.
I have no idea.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish states to, Your Honor. Ma'am, you were just asked about some records, some bank records and some charges from October 6th. Is that correct?
Sí,
Yes.
Now, you were discussing with the defense attorney that your understanding is that when a point of purchase or a card is used.
Objection, Your Honor, leading, and also it appears that Ms. Pittman is getting ready to ask a question that is hearsay.
Sustained at the leading nature of the question and possible hearsay.
Okay. Let me ask you this one. What is your understanding about the bank records and what they show?
Objection, Your Honor, the hearsay.
Sustained, later predicate if she has personal knowledge about banking.
I mean, the objections are correct. She's trying to get evidence in that shouldn't be through this witness, but through somebody from the bank or from the where the items were purchased. That should be the where this piece of evidence should be admitted. But let's see if they can get around it.
Ms. Valdez Frutos, have you ever used a bank card? A debit or a credit card?
sí,
Yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed your own bank records as well, is that correct?
sí.
Yes.
And when you use a bank card, when does it reflect on your bank statement?
Cuando la uso fin de semana, me aparece el lunes.
When I use it on a weekend, it turns up on Monday.
Okay, so we're looking at State's Exhibit 2, and I believe the charges that,
I have a bank card, but that our Swedish bank system works a bit differently. It shows on the date. For instance, if I go and buy something Saturday, it will show on my bank record. It will show up on my bank record on Monday, but it will also show that the purchase was on the Saturday. Now, this is the United States of America, and your banking system apparently doesn't work the same way. I don't know. But I don't think it's correct to ask this witness about how banks work. They should have somebody from the bank testifying about this. Did the prosecution propose a date of unaliving? Yes, the day she went missing, which would be... What the fuck is going on here? I just got... What the actual... No! I have no idea what kind of pop-up chat window just showed up here. If it is from you on StreamYard, go fuck yourself. If I want to have pop-up shit on my... Jesus Christ. If I want pop-up things, I will allow it. And I can't get rid of this fucking thing. No. Get wrecked, you absolute moron. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to explain things, and then StreamYard says, hey, here's a pop-up chat windows on the entire screen for me. Why? Why would I be even remotely interested in chatting with StreamYard in the middle of my stream? You absolute fucktwat. Pop-up crap from the early 90s, when the internet started to become a thing, up until this very second, nobody wants pop-up windows. Not one. If you're a programmer whose job it is to create pop-up windows, life in prison. Immediately. Life in prison. I would endorse that 100%. Sorry, folks. Okay, again. Somebody from the bank should be the one testifying to the court. This is why it shows up at this date instead of immediately at the time of the purchase. On principle, I'm against the death penalty. And yeah. Sometimes I object loudly against the death penalty, and sometimes I don't. But in principle, I'm against it. Melissa Simon, the bank charge will show up immediately as pending. Once the charge is finalized, the transaction date will change to the date it was finalized, which is always a later day. Okay, thank you. That doesn't happen in Sweden because it is always, you see the time of the actual purchase on your bank records. So apparently you do it differently in the United States. But again, this testimony should be through somebody from the bank, not from this poor woman.
Defense counsel we're talking about were these two down here, the 10/6/2020, 10/6/2020, and that's the date listed for all the, each chart right there. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And you see this date right there, 10/5.
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness, but also that's not reflective of an actual date. 1005 select star, it's not showing an actual date, as in the bank statements, you do have 10/06/20, which would indicate a date.
Overruled the deleting, she was directing the witness to a particular line, and whether or not that is a date.
Yeah, defense, you opened this door by asking her about these particular bank charges. Now, if the prosecution asks the question correct, she can testify. I do still believe this should have been entered through somebody from the bank.
Or something else, it's in the jury to decide. Overruled.
Ma'am, on you see 10/5/2020 7/11, and then you see a date right there, 10/5.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And let's even look at the one above that. You see the date 10/5/2020, and then you see the numbers 1004.
Sí.
Yes.
1004 above that.
Sí.
Yes.
1004, that says Pecan Lodge Barbecue Dallas.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Right above that, you see a recurring charge of 10/5/20 on 10/5/20.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at each of these numbers, all these charges from Dallas, she's obviously located in Dallas at that time. Is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then this one right here, 10/6/2020, it says check card. And then what is that number right there?
1005.
1005.
Okay. And then this check card at Medora, Dallas, that's also a Dallas location. That says 1004, correct?
Sí,
Yes,
Okay. In your experience in your own banking, does that reflective of when you make a purchase on the weekend, that it usually does not reflect on your statement on this date until days later?
sí.
yes.
Hold on while I go back and see if we can see this on. Okay, yeah, okay. So this should be 10:04. And then you see it on the day after, 10:04, 10:05, 10:05. So I understand what they are going at, is because it actually seems like 10:04 auto pay reflected the day after. 7-Eleven 10:05 later the same day because it was really late. 10:05 next day. Yeah. So it seems like, but all of this should be with these Texas numbers. These are the actual purchases, and that bank teller or somebody from the bank could testify about it, not this witness. Let's go back. Yep.
Sí.
Yes.
Another question, Jerome.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Please watch your step getting down from the witness stand, and you are free to sit in the courtroom.
Okay. Finally, the victim's mother's testimony is
All
over.
right, ladies, gentlemen of the jury, we have been
You did
hearing
good.
testimony for the last hour and a half. and it's time
Considering
for our
the
vote.
circumstances.
I always say we'll break for 5 minutes, but it always ends up being 10, so don't stir me. We are in recess
Okay.
whenever you're ready.
Let's jump ahead. There. She looks like Bonnie Tyler. Hold on. Total eclipse of the heart. You know, Bonnie Tyler. Hold on. I mean, she looks a bit like Bonnie Tyler, doesn't she? Maybe not exactly, but yeah, I can see that. Hello, Miss Tyler. I like your songs. And they're back.
You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you've probably seen me looking at my computer. I'm not surfing the internet. I'm actually getting a live English translation of the testimony. And sometimes if I think I misheard something, I'll take a look at that. I do see that some of you brought some note paper in and have some pens to take notes. Just if you recall yesterday, you are allowed to take notes, but you cannot use them during your deliberations, and you cannot take them home. In addition to not discussing the case.
This is something I don't understand. If you're taking notes during the trial, why can't you use them during deliberations? Why do you have to rely on memory alone? Because memory are bad. Our memories are bad. But apparently in this court, you can take notes, but you can't bring them into your deliberations. For some odd reason.
Till the end of all the testimony, and we've had closing arguments, you cannot share your notes with other jurors at this time as well. They are simply for you to aid you in remembering testimony. If you need that, or just to doodle, that's fine. All right.
Judge Nancy Mulder.
Your Honor, the state calls to Nestle Castillo.
Come on. You can go ahead to the witness box. If you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Have proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the court reporter and spell it, please?
Nestle Castillo, DENNESLY, CASTILLO.
Okay. And Ms. Castillo, can you just tell the jury how it is that you know Marisela Botello about this?
She's my niece. My cousin's daughter.
Your cousin's daughter, okay. And your cousin is Miss Ernestina
Correct.
Valdez, that's correct. How long have you known Marisela?
I mean, I moved to Seattle in 2012, so we didn't necessarily grow up together. But every time we visited family, Washington-wise, we would visit and see them. So, the last 10 years is when we really had more of a connection and started hanging out after I personally myself moved to Washington State.
Okay, and you know her your whole life, but the last 10 years is when you all kind of got close.
Correct.
Now, you are much closer in age to her, is that correct?
Right.
And how old are you right now?
I'm 32.
32, okay, and she would be 26?
I believe so.
Okay, she was 23 when she went missing, and we are about 3 years after that. Is that about right?
That's right.
Did you guys hang out socially and interact and things like that?
Yes, if you did.
Okay, and I mean, as far as her, what did she like to do when she went out?
So I would pick her up, and one of the things that we like to do a lot was to go frequent the beach. We would go to the beach and hang out with my daughters. That's usually what we usually did when it was nice in the summertime. I would go. She would live very close to me, so I would go pick her up, and we would drive around and go to the beach and hang out with my daughters at the park, or she would come over to my house.
Okay.
Just hang out there.
And me not personally being from Seattle, not spending a lot of time there, the beach is a little different than, maybe Texas beaches, right?
Mhm.
Cold water, but very pretty trees, things of that nature.
Yes.
What kinds of things would you do at the beach?
We like to get food and kind of do like a little picnic thing. Occasionally we'll have a drink or two on the beach while we're, in the sunset, whatnot, catching the sunset.
Did you know her as far as kind of her work ethic and work habits?
Well, yeah, she was a manager, so I mean, at the department store, if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, that definitely shows that she was a very hardworking girl. They don't just give a manager position to anyone.
Now, she was 23. Of course, she was legal age to drink. And as far as drug use, Seattle's a little different than Dallas. Marijuana is completely legal in Seattle, correct?
Mhm.
So if we're talking about illicit.
Sorry, whenever you answer a question, the court reporter has to take down your answer. So when you go, you have to answer yes or no, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So when we're talking about marijuana and if Marisela used marijuana or not, that was legal in Seattle.
Right.
Did you know her to use marijuana frequently?
I don't know what the habits were. I do know that she was an occasional user.
Okay, but not all the time.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did she drink some?
Yes.
And was she the type of person who would just get out of control drunk?
No, not anytime she was ever in my presence.
Okay. Now, did you all, I guess, just remain in contact pretty frequently?
Yes.
Did you follow her social media accounts?
Yes.
What social media accounts did she use primarily?
Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook.
Did she post frequently?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and what types of pictures would she post?
I mean, it would because she'd like to travel a lot. So anytime she traveled, she made it a point to show, the tourist locations that she was visiting. So those were mostly things that she posted, the sites or her boarding the airplane or at the airport, things of that nature.
And I guess what I'm getting at, it wouldn't be like her just to suddenly stop posting on social media.
It would not be like her, no.
Now, you were aware that she was traveling to Dallas.
Yes.
And were you aware of, I guess, the dates of travel?
I didn't know the specific dates. I do know that she was traveling out of town because we had been in contact to meet up when she returned to Seattle.
Okay. And she was to return to Seattle on October 5th, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when do you recall being concerned about Marisela and whether she was going to return or not from Dallas?
So once she did not make her flight, that's when we were concerned. We were also able to see that she never made an attempt to get rebooked in another flight because it is not uncommon for people to miss a flight. But when there's no attempts ever to be made to get rebooked on the next available flight, that's when we knew something was off.
What did you do at that point?
So the first thing that we tried to do was access her email, because at that point I felt like we would have some sort of indication of maybe where she could have been. So we were able, with help of the family, to access the email, and that's how we were able to retrieve the receipts for her last lift that she took.
Okay, and when was that last lift?
It was the Sunday night. It was, I can't recall the time, but it was late
Okay,
or early morning.
Late Sunday night?
Correct.
And that Sunday, if she's returning on Monday, October 5th, would be October 4th.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, if you recall, was there any information about where that lift, pick her up and drop her off, or do you know?
There was a I don't recall if there was a particular address, but once we seen kind of the location, we had an idea of where she was at, and based on her debit card usage is where we were able to get a clear understanding of where she was dropped off that night.
Okay, and the debit card usage, we're talking about State's Exhibit 2.
Come on, prosecutor. You
And
should
can
have
see on
this
that
handy.
screen,
What they are trying to do here is establishing
we talk about these places like the Con Lodge Barbecue.
what the prosecution is doing now is to establish Marisela's conduct, her online presence, her that she posts regularly on her Instagram and stuff like that. She's in contact with everybody she likes and loves and stuff like that, and that all of a sudden the sudden stop at a certain time is an indication of before her ending and after her ending. So that is what they are trying to establish here with her relatives. And there was a bit of a hiccup with the bank statements, but I would assume, I would at least get somebody from the damn bank in to testify, yes, that 1004 is when she did the purchase, and the 1005 is when it was registered with the bank, or it was pending and then registered. That's all they need to do, instead of putting that up to witnesses. But this is all about establishing a timeline from here we believe she was alive, and here she was unalive. So that is what they are trying to establish here.
Green Room Live, Select Start, Fedora, things of that nature?
Yes,
Okay, and were you able to kind of determine that that was in a location called Deep Ellum?
that is correct.
We see the point of purchase 7-Eleven on 10-5. That doesn't have an address right there though, correct?
Right.
Now, if you're looking at the dates, is it pretty clear that these dates over here are when the actual charge is cleared, and these numbers here indicate the actual day that the card was used?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and so it appears that the 7-Eleven may be the last purchase that she made with her debit card.
Correct.
Now, we didn't flip through the other pages, but if we're looking at this combined statement from October 7th to November 3rd, 2020, she got a payroll deposit there on October 7th of 2020. And then it looks like this lift hit her account on the 7th. Oh, thank you. And it says 12 a.m.
Take it with the
Right, Monday,
bank
12 a.m.
first,
lift. Is that the lift that you received that you saw in her email?
Yes,
And that indicated that if it was Monday, 12 a.m., that was super in the early morning hours of Monday, October 5th.
Correct.
This is a recurring charge of DoorDash, and that's in the recurring charge of LA Fitness. Are those the last charges that she had in her bank account?
yes.
Hey Dave, good to see you.
And reviewing those statements with your cousin, did it appear that she just quit using her bank account? I mean,
Yes.
There wasn't, and I'm sorry, there wasn't any large withdrawal or anything like that.
No, not after the lift receipt.
Did you find that concerning?
Yes, especially if you're out of state, you would need your card.
What other things did you find concerning?
The main thing is that there's absolutely no communication. We would, like I said, if she had missed her flight, we should have gotten some sort of notification from her that she planned on traveling back. She still had to return to work, everything, all her belongings were still home. So just the fact that she completely fell off the face of the earth is very concerning.
Did you know who she was coming to visit here in Dallas?
Yes. I met him one time only in Washington.
Was that Raul Ortiz?
Correct.
Now, did you know if she had any other friends or acquaintances or associates here in Dallas?
Not as far as I know. He was the only person.
What steps did you all take as a family to try to locate Marisel?
So following the Monday, I believe it was Tuesday, that me and her father flew down to Dallas. And, obviously we're, blind, we don't know anything. We are just kind of doing what we can or what we think is the best. So we rented a vehicle and we were kind of just driving around the Deep Ellum area. We went to the locations where the last time she used her debit card and tried to get a hold of the owner to see if we could pull up CCTV and see if it gave us an indication of who she was with or where she might have gone.
Was there anyone else in Seattle, friends, or anything else that came to Dallas as well?
Yes, Patrick came down as well, and he's the one that was also going around all of Deep Ellum and putting up posters.
Paramedic Chris Williams. Ms. Castillo, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 3. You mentioned that Patrick was putting up flyers. Did you all use the last picture that she had posted on Snapchat as the picture that you used on the flyers?
Yes,
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that photograph?
yes.
Your Honor, move to admit States Exhibit 3 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Now, you all obtained this photograph, you said, from her Snapchat, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she post it in a story, or was it, I don't really know how Snap works, so if you can kind of explain to the jury, for those of us that don't know about Snapchat, how does Snapchat work?
You can post it to a story. It lasts about 24 hours. I think this particular picture, she had it saved to her camera roll. So the same way I was able to access her email is how I was able to access her Snapchat. I requested to reset her password and that be sent over to her email. Once I was able to reset her password, I was unable to access her Snapchat and retrieve the saved photo.
Okay. And so on Snapchat, you were talking about stories, and they're available for what?
Like 24 hours.
Did she regularly post stories?
Yes,
And if you were a follower, you could click on her story and it's available for 24 hours. And she may have several stories at one time.
correct.
Okay. And then the camera roll just saves to her particular Snapchat.
Correct.
It's not visible to everybody else necessarily.
It's not.
Okay.
Yeah,
A little bit different from Instagram, where if you post an
Why
Instagram
through the
picture, it
mother?
stays out there.
Yes,
don't.
Unless you
it's
personally delete it.
correct.
Okay. Now, this story that she posted, was this posted on the night that, or I guess the day of October 4th, the last day that she was going out in Dallas?
I don't recall if this was saved to her story, but I know once I was able to access the picture, I know it was taken that day.
Okay, so
It has a timestamp on it.
October 4th of 2020.
Correct.
Now, you said that, and that's the reason you guys used this particular photo, because that's the last thing that she would have been wearing in Deep Ellum.
Correct.
Patrick came down, and what did Patrick do? Was he alone, or did he have some people with him?
When he came down, me and her dad had already flown back because he drove down. But we were in communication, and he went to all the bars and put up posters. And I believe he was able to obtain some of the security footage of her leaving one of the bars.
Were you and her dad able to obtain any of those videos?
No, I did talk to one of the.
Yeah, I mean, having a person from that bank just, hey, can we ask you about this? Yes, you can. What does these numbers mean? It means those. 10 minutes tops. In, out, done. Then you wouldn't have to subject neither the mother or aunt, cousin, whatever, for the questions. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. Let's continue.
Owners, I think it was one of the bars that was shown in the statements, and he was able to retrieve the footage, but he couldn't send it to me. But he told me at that time she was still alone.
Okay, so she was alone in the footage that you saw.
Yes,
Do you recall what bar that was?
I think it was a Star,
Let's look at
something with stars in it, or arcade, the arcade.
The arcade. So States Exhibit
Why don't
2.
they have a cop testifying about this? Yes, I reviewed. Maybe they will have later to corroborate.
One of the last locations or bars. There's the Green Room, Select Star Arcade.
That one, Select Star Arcade.
Okay,
I believe that's when she had first arrived into Deep Ellum
after taking the lift.
after taking the lift.
So she's seen on camera at Select Star.
I agree. It seems like not until I believe the date she referred to was the mother was January, when the lead detective that will come in later to testify actually made an investigation, started an investigation, because the first cop they tried to contact to make the missing person report was too busy shoving donuts in his or her face. Couldn't care less. And not until January somebody actually took them serious. And then she was found, and all of a sudden, a proper investigation. And as I said about an hour ago, if you believe your relative or a friend is missing, don't take no as an answer from the cop. Make them take your report immediately. Best case scenario, your relative or friend show up, you call the cop back, hey, found them. They showed up. Worst case scenario, the person who is missing is getting ended while the cop tries to have another donut break. Always try to report your missing relatives, your missing friends. Don't take no for an answer from the cop. By the time they take you seriously, it might be too late. Let's continue.
At Arcade, do you recall that footage?
No, it was very blurry. I think she was sitting at the bar, just talking to the bartender
Okay.
on that one.
When she was sitting there, did she appear out of sorts, not knowing what she was doing,
No.
completely beside herself,
No.
anything like that?
She seemed fine.
Seemed fine. Now, you said Patrick came down. When you were down, did you contact Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of response did you get?
They told me that she was not a priority at the moment. She was only considered a missing person and not in danger. I can't believe the exact words that they used, but they said that she would need to be missing for I can't remember the time frame, for a while before they pushed it up to a more priority case.
This is infuriating. She was told by the first cop that they don't have it as a priority unless they have been gone for a good while. I will translate that to you. That cop doesn't take it seriously unless they are dead. Because paperwork. They don't want to go out actually looking for that person. Whoever that cop was, get a job as a security guy at a mall or something, because you shouldn't be a cop. You shouldn't. I don't care how many people goes missing every day in your precinct. I don't care. You're the cop. Get your fat ass off that chair and go look. Maybe the person you're looking for will turn up alive. But we know that unless you go look for it, every hour puts that person at risk of being dead. And you can't be bothered because you have another donut to shove in your pie hole. Let's continue.
And did they give you an indication of why that was?
They just said that they get a lot of missing cases reports, so unless something indicates that she was in trouble, then they wouldn't pursue it.
Okay, so at that time, you didn't have any indication what happened.
Yes, I did not know anything.
But it was important enough, and not just important enough, but it was so out of character for her that you all left the day after she was supposed to return. Is that right?
Correct.
And you know Patrick, is it Humboldt? I'm trying to recall his last
I
name.
don't recall his last name. It's something long.
Okay, and you knew that they were friends.
Correct.
And, you know, younger people than me, I have to talk to my 17-year-old daughter to kind of figure out the language, but they were more or less talking. They weren't necessarily dating or in a committed relationship.
Correct.
Is that a fair representation?
Yes.
He knew that she was going to come see Raul. Or do you know that?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I know he knew that she was traveling. I don't know if he necessarily knew who she was going to come see.
Okay. But she knew that he was seeing other people, so it wasn't this committed relationship.
Correct.
It was important enough to him to drive from Seattle overnight.
He also spent a lot of time with her, so he knew that it was very out of character.
Do you recall seeing any, or do you recall when kind of the media got involved in this case?
I want to say maybe after we started sharing it on social media is when we started getting a little bit more of attention from media. I want to say maybe a week after when they finally pushed it to, I think it was now missing and endangered.
And did you follow all those news articles? And
Yes.
Just try to get as much information?
I was very active, making sure that we could get her picture across as much platforms as possible in the rare chance that someone had seen her.
All right, Member Woods. The next one I'm going to show you is been marked State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that headline of the article, and one of the first articles that kind of hit the media?
Yes.
Okay. And we've cut off the bottom to redact any of the portions that have any media information in there.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's 4 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge. The picture's taken.
All right, State's Exhibit number 4 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Now, at this time, it's a Seattle family and friends desperate to find a woman missing in Dallas. States what we've already learned, that friends and family haven't heard from her since the early morning hours of Monday, October 5th. And it appears, if you look down there in the very bottom corner, that this article was published October 11th of 2020. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Is that when the media kind of started getting involved?
Yes. Once one picked it up, everyone else seemed to be interested, and we got a lot.
Yeah, that's when the media picked it up. The cops couldn't be bothered for a few months. Not until January an actual investigator got assigned the case, and then stuff started to happen. So don't go missing around Dallas, Texas, because Dallas, Texas cop can't be bothered. They're too big. Pissing me off. Let's continue.
More attention, media-wise.
Okay. And you did whatever you could to help the media, the police, anyone find any information about Marisel.
Correct.
Now, did you ever get any contact from anyone about her whereabouts?
No.
Is it fair to say you were frustrated in the beginning with the police department?
Yes.
What was it like to just be so concerned and so worrying about her and her whereabouts, and just to kind of get that response?
It was very frustrating because I was literally going back and forth with the person who told us that it was not an danger, like she was not a person of priority at the time. I recall I asked him if he has kids, and he stated he did. And I said, wouldn't you think, if your child is missing, to look for them, or you have to wait until something happens for you to actually look for her? And at that point he said, I understand, but until we have any evidence that she may be in danger, there's nothing we can do at the time.
Translation, I don't care. That's
All right,
translation.
offer,
I'm busy eating
States
donuts.
5.
That's the translation.
This is a calendar of October 2020 for demonstrative purposes only.
Yeah, I don't have any differences.
All right, State's Exhibit number 5.
Okay, imagine person, early 20s, goes missing in Dallas, Texas. She's seen outside a bar. You know the purchase? Go to the 7-Eleven. Who do you remember? Do you have footage? It's not that hard. But somebody in the early 20s in a town where they are on vacation too, and suddenly they drop off the face of the earth. How do you? Oh, we can't tell until we have evidence of something else. That's the evidence. A person on vacation in your fucking city drops off the face of the earth. That's the evidence. That's the evidence. And these cops couldn't be bothered.
A 2020 calendar.
is admitted for demonstrative purposes. We're gonna start here with October 2nd. Your understanding is that is when Marisela left for Texas?
I believe so, yes.
And October 5th is when she was to return?
Correct.
You testified before that
Yeah.
the lift
She
receipt
should
was in the
apologize
early morning
to
hours of the
these
5th,
people
late
on
hours
behalf
of-
of
is
the
that
Dallas
is that
Cop.
correct?
That's correct.
So I'm gonna put it there at the bottom because that's leading up into the 5th. Her last point of purchase charge, based on those bank records, was
Oh, would have been also the Sunday of the 4th.
Sunday the 4th at Deep Ellum Bars.
Correct.
This witness
Now-
is doing good.
It wasn't
All
until
cops
October
are just
11th
witness.
that you saw the first article about Marisela going missing in a news source.
Correct.
And for you over
You
at
testified
Rumble,
before that
Thumbs
her
up,
father
please.
Salvador Botello and yourself flew down on the 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what date Patrick came down?
We left Wednesday, and I want to say he arrived Wednesday evening.
Okay. Did you all visit with Raul Ortiz when you all were here?
We did.
And what information did you learn from him?
We just went to collect her belongings that were left at his apartment. He's the one that I believe initially made the report that she never came back to his apartment.
Okay. And you primarily got her luggage and things that were in his apartment.
Yes.
yeah, I understand. But this one is an American citizen. They were in the country legally. Her mother came to America way back when. 20, they came to the United States, I believe, 27 years ago, legally. Then Marisela was born in the United States. She was a citizen. She was on vacation in Dallas, Texas. So even with a Latina name, they should take it serious, not just as any other over-the-border missing person. She was an American, a US citizen, who went missing in Dallas, Texas, and the cops didn't care until a good while later. Speculatively, say she didn't end, her life wasn't ended on the night between the 4th and the 5th, that she was held hostage. They called you. She's missing. It will take minutes to get her purchase history, a warrant for it. Send it to the bank. They will send it to you. You could ask the relatives, okay, can you send me bank statements? Oh, purchase at 7-Eleven. Purchase there. Hello, 7-Eleven. Do you have camera footage from this date and this time? Oh, there she is. And she's with somebody. Okay. Now we're going somewhere, because you don't know if she's still alive. But the longer you wait, the more certainty it is that she isn't going to be alive. Speculatively, say she was held captive somewhere for a few days before they decide to end her. Those days, you could have been looking for her and you could have found her, but you couldn't be bothered. The cop, that is, or the cops, couldn't be bothered. Speculatively, how many missing people end up dead because cops can't be bothered to look for them? And then they end up with a murder investigation instead. But that's a different department. Not the missing people. Now they're dead. Now it's somebody else's problem. Yes, I'm a cynic. And this case makes me believe my cynicism might be correct. Let's continue.
When did you learn that Ms. Marisel wasn't coming back?
I'm not like
I
coming
guess, when
like
did you learn that they found her remains?
okay. That's what I wanted clarification. It was 6 months later, I think, when they finally told us that they had found her remains.
And tell the jury what that was like.
Well, we had some hope when she hadn't been found that she could have still been alive. We were hanging on to that hope because it had been such a long time that there was no good outcome in the fact that she was missing, but we really thought that we would have her back with us. And when they told us that they found her remains, then at that point we absolutely knew that there was, nothing to make it any better at that point.
This last picture, you knew Marisel well, you knew her fashion choices and things like that. Do you remember this scrunchie? I know it's kind of blurry.
Yes, I do remember it. She would wear it on her arm.
Is it almost like a cheetah print?
It is a cheetah print, correct?
Pass Williams.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, it's Ms. Castillo.
Yes.
All right, I'm here to represent Ms. Dykes. I just have a few questions for you. First and foremost, if you indicate to the members of the jury that in Seattle it's legal to smoke weed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but as far as any other drugs, you didn't really know her or Marisela to use any other, what's her name, right?
Marisela.
Marisela.
She did not use any other drugs.
But while she was here in Dallas, whether or not someone else convinced her to use drugs, you have no idea, correct?
I wouldn't think she would.
That's not my question. Whether or not someone else influenced her to use drugs other than weed while she was here in Dallas, you have no idea, but you went with her.
I was not.
Okay. Madam Pro Judge. And
Here
So
comes the
you
victim
know, right?
shaming.
No.
so you don't know what effect drugs would have on her, like Percocet or ecstasy, what effect those drugs would have on her, correct?
Correct.
Or how she would respond to that, do you?
I do not know.
Because you don't know her to use stuff like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let me get this marked as defense one. Yeah. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 3 and Defense Exhibit number 1. I know you don't know the gentleman in the photo here with her, but does that appear to be Marisela in the same dress?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, which picture?
I'm referring to Defense Exhibit number 1.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll offer what's marked as Defense Exhibit number 1.
No, Judge Mary.
And again, Commissioner
Defense
Public,
exhibit number 1 is submitted for offer.
thank you, Judge. Commissioner Public.
You may-
And again, it's a little grainy, but you can still tell that's her. And
Yes.
you don't know who she's with there, but that's her in that same dress, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know if that was taken on her trip to Dallas or whatever, but again, it appears that that's her in the same dress that she took and put on Snapshot.
Yes.
You indicated that while she was in Dallas, you didn't necessarily have communications with her, right? You just followed her on social media or whatever.
Correct.
All right. You said at some point you and the dad or the family became concerned to the extent that y'all called police.
Correct.
And the police basically told you that it wasn't a priority. She's just a missing person.
Correct.
They had a lot of missing people, right?
Correct.
And you guys wanted them to do more, but they said they got rules of procedure, right?
Right. Yes.
Unless they had evidence of some wrongdoing, there's nothing they can do, right?
Correct.
They needed evidence
Correct.
before they can move on with this case.
Yes.
Now, when you and the father came down Y'all visited with Raul, right?
Yes,
And y'all got a chance to talk to him
yes,
about Marcel's coming to visit with him.
Yes.
And did y'all have any concern about why he would allow Marcel to go back to Deep Ellum by herself at that time of night?
yes,
Y'all questioned about that, right?
correct.
And to be honest with this jury, everyone was really suspicious about Raul and what he had to do with Marcel's disappearance, correct?
Yes,
And y'all let him know that, didn't you?
yes, we did.
Especially Patrick. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
Okay.
You don't have to shout the questions, defense lawyer. Just ask. That's all you need to do. You can put emphasis in words without shouting. You can have this normal voice, as in blah, 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 blah. You can ask the question like this. You can put the emphasis by adding words, not screaming words.
Because, I mean, did you know Raul?
I met him one time prior.
Okay. Did it make sense to you that he would allow her to go back to Deep Ellum by herself at that time of night?
No,
Did you know that they had been out drinking earlier?
no,
Okay. Right. As far as all these dates, I did want to ask you real quickly about, you said that y'all were able to obtain some videos, or Patrick was able to get videos that at least showed her in that Deep Ellum area.
yes,
I mean, assuming that the Star Arcade is in the Deep Ellum area, right?
yes,
All right. But on October the 11th, when this news story came out, I mean, this was a big story, right?
Yeah.
Her face is plastered all over Deep Ellum. Now she's on the news. All the news outlets are showing her face, right?
Yeah.
That's October the 11th. And they're asking people, if you know anything, please let DPD know, correct?
correct.
So, where are you going with this, defense lawyer?
This may be a better question for one of the detectives or something. Did you know anything about tips that DPD may receive from Crime Stoppers talking about people seeing her? Yes, if you know.
No,
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
Any regret?
No, you're right.
May this witness be fined?
No objection, Your Honor.
No judgment mistake.
All right, thank you. Please watch your step. Getting
Okay. Your testimony
Call your next witness.
shows
No,
the
it's
lack
not
of
called
effort
Raul,
from
please.
the cop. Let's see who the next witness is. Again, you don't have to shout questions to have emphasis on how you ask questions. You can add words like Miss Castillo. Is it your understanding?
Sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, ladies. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You get settled, let me know. Okay, are you ready?
I am.
All right, sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
Raul Ortiz, Raulortiz.
And Mr. Ortiz, I mean, you know why you're here. You knew Marisela Botello, is that correct?
Correct, we're friends.
Okay, where did you meet her?
I met her in Washington States back in my time in the service, maybe 2018, 2017 timeframe.
Okay, you said time in the service. What branch did you serve in?
I was in the Army,
The Army. And how long were you in the Army?
4 years.
And when you met her, what kind of girl was she?
Outgoing, outspoken. There's more characteristics, but definitely outgoing, outspoken, kind, things of that nature.
Did you all kind of date for a short time?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. And I guess, can characterize that for the jury, what does somewhat mean?
More than anything, kind of not a serious relationship, but we were very good friends to a point where we had sexual encounters, but nothing to a point where we were dedicated to one another officially.
Okay, so you guys were friends,
They
did a
were
lot of
fuck
dates and things
buddies.
like that, but it never got anywhere
Say
serious. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
At what point did you move from Washington?
What time did I move out of Washington? I'd say January 2019 is when I got out of there.
Okay, and where did you relocate to?
I relocated.
Darn it, muted. Okay, I have the sound raised on 2 different sound enhancement apps. And the court sound is really bad. That is why you also hear all this breaking stuff in the sound. Not much I can do about it, but at least you can hear what they are saying. All right, let's continue.
2. Either Texas or New York. Texas or New York was one or the other.
Okay,
can't
and to
remember.
be fair, I mean, you've moved around from Washington to Texas and to New York several times over the last 2023, over the last 5 years or so.
I have.
Okay. In fact, you know, at the time of this offense in October 2020, you were in Dallas, is that right?
I was.
And during part of the investigation, when I believe Detective Christine Ramirez contacted you, you were down in Houston.
I believe so.
Okay. At some point, you may have returned to Washington.
Correct.
Okay. You were telling me yesterday one of the reasons is your family members, or I believe it's your father, owns a business where you have a location in Dallas and one in Houston.
We did have a location in Dallas. We do have a location in Houston.
Okay, so the Dallas location shut down.
Correct.
Okay. During the time, or I guess after you left Washington, did you and Marisela stay in communication?
What was the question one more time?
Did you and Marisela stay in communication after you left Washington?
Yes.
Okay. Snapchat, things of that nature?
Yes.
And kind of what led to you inviting her to come down to see you?
Leisure. I know she was working up there, and I told her I'm here in Dallas. Hey, you want to come down? She was like, yeah. And she booked the trip to come out here kind of spontaneously.
Okay. And what kinds of things do you guys do in Dallas?
The typical things, sightseeing, eating, drinking. That's it, really.
Okay.
Sightseeing, eating, and drinking.
I mean, this was just about having fun.
Correct.
Now, she got here on October 2nd, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and I believe that is on if we look at the calendar up there, October 2nd is on a Friday. And she was planning on returning on October 5th. She had a booked flight, is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Did you pick her up from the airport or did she Uber to your house?
I picked her up from the airport.
Okay, and was the plan for you to take her back to the airport?
Yes.
So let's go to what happened on October 4th, okay? What did you guys do kind of throughout the day?
We had a late morning, so maybe 11, 12 o'clock we woke up, had food somewhere, I can't remember specifically, we had food. And then we got, excuse me?
Pecan lodge, maybe?
I'm not entirely sure what that reference means.
Okay. The Pecan Lodge barbecue place in Development.
You know, again, I don't remember.
Okay.
I really don't remember.
So you guys have some food. What else?
Probably a few cocktails. The specifics of that day, I really don't remember. What I do know is that more than likely we had cocktails, ate some food, and then got the night started just like any other day. It's a time of leisure, time for us to kind of let loose a little bit, forget about work, and just, kind of live a little bit in the moment.
When you knew her in Seattle, did she drink and hang out and party?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. Was she the type to get out of control?
No.
Did you know her to be a drug user?
No.
Now, this weekend that she stayed with you, did you all drink and party?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if she ever used any other substances?
No.
And do you recall ever telling anyone, a detective or anyone else, that she may have used Percocet?
No.
You don't recall doing that?
No.
Okay. Based on your interaction with her October 4th, did she seem like she was in control of herself?
Yes.
So let's get to how you all got separated. So you all are out drinking hanging out. What happened that led her to be separated from you?
Okay.
Jingles is
I don't remember the specific timeline, but the reason we split up was because I had vomit on my shirt because I was drunk, and we went to my apartment, and I didn't have the keys to get in it, and my roommate was long gone. So I wasn't gonna go out. I told her, hey, if anything, if I get into my apartment, let's meet up at Deep Ellum. So she got an Uber, went to Deep Ellum, and I literally slept outside my apartment out in the balcony, like vomit on me. And that's when the next morning I woke up. I was messaging her all morning, and she just didn't respond.
That night, I mean, did you have any concerns, or was there any, I guess, reluctance to let her leave without you back down to Deep Ellum?
One more time?
Did you have any reluctance or concerns about letting this pretty young girl go back down to Deep Ellum on her own?
No.
What did you think when you woke up the next morning and she wasn't there?
Me being from Texas and me seeing what I've seen in my lifetime, I figured something something bad had happened.
How did that make you feel?
Pretty bad to a point where I immediately called it in as a missing person because I could tell something was wrong.
So at that point, had you talked to anybody from her home in Seattle, any family members or friends?
Possibly, I don't remember. I think I did reach out to one of the family members, but I don't remember the specifics in this moment.
But you called in a 911 missing persons report. Did you get any response from the Dallas Police Department?
I spoke to them, reported them, and I think that's as far as it went, to my recollection right now.
Did you continue trying to get in touch with her?
Yes.
What different ways were you trying to get in touch with her?
iMessage, calling, and text message, Instagram, Snapchat.
Now, when she left that night, did she still leave her suitcase and some of her personal items with you?
Yes.
Okay, so she left some personal items in her purse as well.
Correct.
I'm sorry, in your car.
Yeah, and that goes back to why the family received the things from what was left in the apartment, because that's not evidence in a future trial. That's why she never received the purse. I mean, stuff that the purse that was found in whatever his face was in his car, because that's evidence due to her disappearance. Her leaving her suitcase in his apartment, not evidence because he didn't make her disappear. Yes, everybody. This is Jingles. And that thing there is Jingles in a Viking helmet and a suit, because we are all part of Mr. Jingles' Viking thugs. And now he is puncturing my shoulder. Let's continue.
You left a kind of a backpack purse in your car, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, the coronavirus, the pandemic was still a pretty big concern in Texas. Do you recall at that time people were having to wear face masks in buildings and things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her father coming down with her cousin Denesli and talking with you about Marisel and her whereabouts?
Yes.
What was that conversation like?
Very concerning. We went out and we went out looking for her, asking questions. I believe we left some flyers, but that's the way that looked like. They came here concerned. They could tell something was wrong. I could tell something was wrong. We went out asking questions, investigating her whereabouts, leaving flyers, talking to people. But that's the way that looked.
And did they have some concerns about you letting her go down to Deep Ellum?
Yes.
Looking back on it now and knowing that, I mean, they found her remains 6 months later, how does that make you feel?
Shitty. Yeah, it makes me feel pretty shitty. She was a very good friend of mine. I would even say like even one of my best friends, really.
Now, you talked about her leaving some of her belongings in your car. First, this bag, marked States Exhibit 6. Trying not to rip the bag too much. Do you recall that backpack?
Looks familiar.
Okay. Is that the backpack that she left in the back of your car? Or I'm in your car? I'm not sure where she left it, in your car.
I can say confidently, yes.
Okay. And looking would help to also to look at some of the contents in there.
Sure.
Okay. And
This is also, again, why this trial seems so strange and weird to me is how they introduce evidence. I mean, yes, if those things were in his car, yes, I recognize that backpack. But it should be a cop testifying, we collected this from his car. He's not a person of interest. Yes, this, that. Why through her relatives and her friends? Why introduce this evidence through them? It's so strange. Hi, Jingles. Are you puncturing my shoulder? Don't get entangled in my hair. Don't. Ow.
a ticket, a
And I have a cat's butt in my face.
subtle art of not giving a F word. And specifically, do you remember this mask?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer States 6, the contents, the backpack and contents for all purposes.
No objection.
All right, State Exhibit number 6, a brown fashion shopping bag with a tan backpack, and the contents therein are admitted for all purposes.
Okay. And permission to publish, Your Honor? So some of the contents,
This is also to
we talked about
establish.
she was planning on returning it's about a 4-hour flight.
Yeah, this is also to establish. Yes, she disappeared because she never came back for her stuff. But that could have been entered in other ways. How this court handles and this prosecutor, it's weird to me. It's simply weird to me.
Yeah, is that correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay. A box of the original feathered lash wispies. I don't know if you wear fake eyelashes, but that appeared to be fake eyelash box.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Okay.
Something she'd have in her backpack.
Magnet from Seattle. It's like a part of a boarding pass. Also contained in that backpack of the Wi-Fi information.
I can just skip through because they're only showing
And also what appears
stuff
to
that
be
isn't actually
snacks
evidence.
they hand out.
Just evidence of her actually disappearing the night
Is there
between
any
the 4th
indication
and
at
the
all,
5th
Raul, that
of
she
October
had any intent to stay in
2020.
Dallas? Or would that be something she would do?
Absolutely not.
October 4, the night between October 4th and 5th of 2020 is when she went missing. And the prosecution is alleging she was ended that night by this
Right, this
by
time
the
skip past
defendant,
this.
Miss
Right, this will be your
Mrs.
current
Dykes.
information. It is now 12:29, and we will go ahead and take our lunch break for 1 hour. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, please remember your instructions.
Oh, okay. Lunch hour. Bum, bum, bum. Let's skip ahead. Oh, come on. Bum, bum, bum.
All three make it has to be a felony or more.
This testimony is more probative than prejudicial.
Okay. That was interesting. What's this about?
This testimony is more probative than prejudicial. Therefore, the defense will be allowed to ask this witness about the three assault charges from Tacoma, Washington, and the one he pleaded to and did time on.
Okay. Seems like ex-boyfriend has charges and did time for one of them.
I will allow the defense to get into the fact that this witness is currently charged with interfering with an emergency services phone call and assault in Edinburgh, Texas. Those charges are pending.
Okay.
In order
Again,
to
strange
bias on
fact.
the witness.
So this goes to the defense about the honesty.
Congress to renew the
About-
state under 69 A, and that it's required, right, that the evidence of criminal conviction to attack the witness's character for truthfulness be all three, right, that has to be a felony or moral turpitude and outweigh.
It does, unless it's possible to show bias. And this witness does have pending cases in the state, and is testifying for state's prosecutors. Therefore, I will allow the defense to ask him.
Yeah.
whether he's receiving
I don't see anything wrong with them attacking. I mean, still, the defendant is supposed to be innocent
Are we
until
ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
proven otherwise.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
But I do agree. If the same should go for the witness. No, if he isn't convicted, then no, no, absolutely not. Only convictions, because if charges are dropped, he's innocent in the eyes of the law. If charges are pending, he's innocent until proven otherwise. Only actual convictions should be allowed in. I don't mind convictions being brought as an attempt to impeach the witness, to discredit his credibility. But charges? No, I agree. That shouldn't be a part of his trial at all. Let's continue.
We're ready, Mr. Chatter, thank you.
All rise.
Senator
Thank you. Is this Valdez?
Ortiz.
Ortiz, I'm sorry. Mr. Ortiz, Raul?
Yes, sir.
All right. I heard you pretty much did everything you could to cooperate with this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you knew everybody thought you had something to do with it initially, didn't you?
Correct, sir.
All right. Did you talk to anybody who wanted to talk to you, including some of, you referred to her as Martin?
Excuse me, what was the name?
You referred to Marisela as Martin?
No, I did not.
You never referred to her as Martin?
No.
What do you refer to her as?
Mari?
Marty, okay. Well, I don't have an accent, man, but I was close. Okay.
Don't go
I'm
racist.
not trying to trick you or nothing like that, okay?
Sure.
Bottom line, as far as this case is concerned, you did everything you could to assist in the investigation,
I did.
whether it was with the DPD, Detective Ramirez, the FBI, anybody that wanted to talk to you, you talked to them, right?
Correct.
And I mean, she went all the way to Washington trying to track you down, didn't she?
Yes, I did.
And when she was in Washington, you had already moved to Houston, remember that?
Correct.
All right, and you told her exactly what she could find, you did,
Correct.
and you talked to her, right?
Correct.
All right, but I want to talk to you specifically about, well, what is this? May I approach you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 1. Is this pretty much how she was dressed that night, if you recall?
Yes, sir.
Is that her?
It is her.
All right. Let me just ask you specifically, if you were talking about y'all had went out and you got so drunk, threw up on yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
But when y'all were out at some of these bars or whatever, you ran into some of your friends as well, didn't you? Let me just ask you specifically. Do you remember her having some concerns about some of the people that you were having contact with?
No.
You remember talking to people about the fact that she thought that one of your friends was an Armenian?
What was your question?
Do you remember talking to, I don't know which one of her friends you talked to about it, but she was texting them while y'all were out. Did you know that?
I'm losing you here. I don't even know where you're going with this. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Oh, let me go real slow so you understand. So
Okay.
while y'all were out,
Sure.
do you recall ever getting drugs from one of your friends out there?
No.
All right. Do you recall ever talking to one of Marisela's friends or whoever was questioning you about that night, about her having concerns about some Armenian?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
And you saying no, they were from Israel? They were Israelis. You don't remember that?
No.
Do you remember one of her friends asking you if you thought it was an overdose? She could have had an overdose.
No. I don't even know what conversation you're talking about.
So that never happened, is what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. So no one ever asked you about her possibly having an overdose?
No.
Okay. And you remember them asking you about whether or not, where did y'all get the Percocet?
This is the second time I hear Percocet in this courtroom, and I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Okay, so you would recognize your voice on the recording, wouldn't
Absolutely.
you? Okay. Do you think if I let you listen to that phone call, that would refresh your memory?
Sure.
Judgment refresh? So they didn't let you listen to any recordings that you may have had in the past?
No.
Whether it was with Detective Ramirez or other people?
No.
Oh, defense attorney, you better have rock solid evidence about this. Absolutely rock solid evidence. Because if this is just to try to mislead, then double fuck you. Oh, and the sidebar. Whatever he is trying to play out, it better be rock solid. Skipping ahead. Gee, okay, this is long. Hold on. Still no sound. Still sidebar. Coming back from sidebar. So what he's trying to do is to implicate that the victim would be a known drug user, that overdose might be at play. And if he doesn't have rock solid evidence about this, then triple fuck him. I'm having all the volume up.
Phone recordings that we finally were able to establish was your voice talking to someone, correct?
Apparently so, yes.
And on those recordings, remember I specifically asked you if someone asked you if she could have overdosed, right?
Sure.
And you, in fact, said no, right?
What's your question?
My question is, when they asked you, is it possible she could have overdosed? You said no, right?
Give me a second. I'm trying to think. Because you're asking me a very specific question.
Well, let me rephrase it. When they asked you if she could have overdosed, what did you say?
From the tape you showed me, even to this moment,
I let you hear.
the tape you let me hear right now, I really can't even recollect.
So are you denying? You're not saying it's not you on the tape, correct?
I'm saying it sounds like me.
So are you denying that you said in response to someone asking you if she could have overdosed, you saying no way?
I still don't know. I still don't hear the question. I'm sorry.
The question is, are you denying that on the tape we just heard, when you were asked the question, could she have overdosed? You said, no way.
To my recollection, to this very question, for the third, fourth time, I said, I don't, no. I'm saying no right now.
You said, no, she did, okay, you're saying, no, you don't remember responding to that question? or
Correct.
You're saying,
Correct.
okay. But you understand the jury hears your voice, right?
Sure.
And they hear the tape. I guess they could just determine whether or not that's your voice on the tape. Would you agree?
They can, yeah.
Whether or not you responded that, no, no way.
Sure. I don't remember. This is a tape that you're showing me, you know.
Okay, well, let me ask you, the just only reason I'm standing is because this is in my business. You remember I asked you about the Percocet?
Sure.
On the same tape that I just let you hear,
Mhm.
someone asked you, where did y'all get the Percocet?
Mhm.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you said, I got it from a dude, didn't you?
Apparently so, yes.
Did you say, I got it from a dude, referring to the Percocet?
On the tape you're showing me, apparently so. Yes, sir. Do I recollect? No.
Is that yes? I said.
No, I'm saying
Percocet from a dude.
in the tape you showed me, yes.
And he referred to what y'all did the Percocet, didn't you?
Sure.
Yeah, now this witness is getting sus.
I wanted to ask you also about this.
My interpretation is they have a tape of this guy getting the question, where did you all get the blah, blah, blah? And in that tape, him or somebody who sounds like him says, from some dude. Now he answers. Apparently you have a tape of it. I don't have an individual recollection of ever saying this. So, is it him on the tape? Could be, could not be. That's up to the jury. This witness is answering the question, I don't have a recollection of ever saying that, but it sounds like me on the tape. That's solid. That's perfectly solid answer to the question. Yeah, both can be true. He might have said it, he just can't remember it.
When I don't know whether it was Detective Ramirez or whoever it was, but they asked you emphatically said, look, I did all I can. You know, she even asked my friends, or she asked me about my friends that were Israeli. Remember that?
Sure.
Remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
But said that Marisela thought that they were Armenian. Correct?
Sure.
And had concerns about those people, didn't she?
What's your question?
Marisela thought the people.
Here's the thing. We know this guy spent 4 years in the army. He knows when he is interrogated. And he knows how to answer to interrogation questions. And that is what he's doing now. Now that could sound suspect to a jury. But I think that's his training as an army dude. Because no matter which army you are trained in, you know when you're getting interrogated. And this guy is not a fool. He knows he's being interrogated by the defense. I've done my army duty. I've been trained in how to respond to interrogations. So, yeah. How the jury will respond to it or think of him, I don't know. I'm just trying to explain why this witness is answering the way he does. No, not the salvation. No, I don't think the Salvation Army has that kind of interrogation training. Now, my interrogation training is limited because I was in the artillery. We rarely get captured in war. We either shoot or we are cannon fodder. We are either cannon or cannon. There's not much in between. We rarely get captured like that. So we don't need an extended interrogation training, but we do get the training.
That you were calling your friends were Armenian, and she had concerns about those people, didn't she?
From what you're telling me, yes, sir.
Thank you for your super chat, Xcommers, for 50 Norwegian krona. A jingle cam would be impossible due to the nature of cats. Yeah. Jingle bells, schitten, farten, Schnee, Dirsen, Weißen, Winter, Walde, dun, 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 dun. Thank you so much. And as if you have been here all the time, you already know this, but if you're completely new here and just joined, what I am, you see on the top of my chat, you see my PayPal. I am doing a bit of a fundraiser for my first and absolute best moderator, Gigi. For you who have followed me for a while know she has been ill for some time. And also, if you're American, you know that if you're ill for an extended period of time, your economy is fucked. Not only due to medical bills, but also because you can't work. So that is why I'm asking you, if you can, to donate to Gigi via my PayPal. Everything that comes in through the PayPal, I will transfer to Gigi at the end of the week. I will show you all receipts for it, so you all know it. And that is so Gigi can have a decent Christmas and pay off some of her bills. So thank you for the super chat. But if I can urge you to do anything during this week, it is to donate via my PayPal, so Gigi can have a decent Christmas and pay off some of her bills. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
But at some point, I guess what were you drinking that night? Do you remember?
No.
You get so drunk that you vomit on yourself, right?
Correct.
But Marcella was drinking too much.
She was?
But she didn't vomit on herself, did she?
Correct.
Because again, we can see her in this photo, right? Correct?
I can see her in that photo, yes.
All right. And that's how she appeared when you last saw her.
No, I mean, yes.
Not with this guy, but
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And the defense is fishing for something, but I think they got it through.
Mr. Ortiz, again, as far as you have about 3 assault cases.
Yeah, you're asking me if I had around 3 assault cases?
Yes, sir.
Is that your question?
Yes, sir.
Probably more charged, but I only have 1 on record.
And 1 interference with a. You got like an interference with a 911 call?
Allegedly.
Okay. So that's still pending, right?
Correct.
And you're not hoping you're gonna get any help from the state from coming here to testify, right?
Well, absolutely not.
But on the night that all this happened, and y'all went back to your apartment, you weren't upset with Marcella Botello.
One more time, I'm sorry.
On the night, after y'all go out, y'all catch Uber back, or were you driving? Just if you remember, if you don't, you know.
No, I really don't remember.
Okay, but at some point y'all get back to your apartment, right?
Sure.
And she wants to go back out.
Okay.
You're not upset about that, right?
I probably was a little upset, but what could I do? I had vomit all over.
And there was no physical altercation between you and her.
Oh, no.
And you're telling members of the jury you did everything you could to assist in this investigation,
Absolutely.
including tell Detective Ramirez exactly where she could find you in Houston.
Correct.
And did she come to Houston and talk to you?
I don't remember.
Okay, all right. And as far as this Percocet, you're saying you don't remember whether y'all used Percocet. That's just what's on that tape, right?
Correct.
I'll pass it with you, sir.
Any read right? No, you're on.
All that sidebar to get him to impeach him of 3 charges, and that's how it came out. That's a disappointment. I mean, you could do a lot to impeach a person about assault charges to implicate something else might have happened. But yeah, this witness came out as, although a bit fishy, credible, to me, at least. And other people has apparently, on the duration of this case, said, yeah, he threw up on himself and she went back out. Yeah, has nothing to do with her disappearance. I mean, I bet he feels guilty for being so drunk that night that she chose to go out alone. But that has nothing to do with this case. I blame the cops more for not actually investigating for months. Yeah, let's continue.
Right, maybe this witness be kindly excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
Authorized Judge Number 8, please go ahead.
All right.
We can go back to the thing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, it's going to call Investigator Whaley.
First cop. What is it? Riley? Rayleigh? I don't know. I hope he can spell his name. I'm not sure about Dallas cops anymore, but I hope he can spell his own. Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Hand is raised.
Yeah, I'm a large individual. I'm 6'4" on a good day, 260, 270. This guy, please, United States of America and Texas, have your cops run for a bit each day. Have a BMI below 40. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now I cannot see why they didn't want to go out searching for her. Because maybe physically unable to. I mean, when he went to the witness stand, his belly was there 15 minutes before the rest of him. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Officer Donut.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that in this case, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Maybe you may proceed.
His shoulders, he's trying to implicate, are here with his jacket. His shoulders are there. His shoulders ends there. The rest is just shoulder pads. Sir, officer, investigator, whatever's, at least go for a 1 mile walk each morning. Please. You will feel better. I do that. And I have to use a fucking cane to do it. There's no excuse for not being an out of shape police officer. No excuse whatsoever.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you spell your name for the record, sir?
Garrick Whaley, Garrrickwhaley.
And how are you currently employed?
I work here at the Dallas County District Attorney's Office.
Okay, what's your role here?
I'm one of the criminal investigators
And how long have you been with the DA's office?
for about 2 years.
What did you do prior to coming to the DA's office?
My previous 28 years was at the Dallas County Sheriff's Department.
His name is Whaley. Suits him. Suits him.
And what was your experience, or what were your roles that you served in the DSO, Dallas County Sheriff's Office?
I started with the Sheriff's Department in 1994 as a detention officer. 1998, I became a deputy. In 2002, I transferred to the physical evidence section, which is crime scene. I spent 17 years in the crime scene unit as a crime scene detective. I spent my last 2 years with the Sheriff's Department in the criminal investigations division.
Okay. So what's the difference between the crime scene investigation and the criminal investigation division?
So crime scene, for lack of a better example, CSI on TV, you go to the crime scene, you document, and you're not necessarily trying.
Don't ever refer to CSI as crime scene investigations. Not ever. It has barely anything to do with actual crime scene investigation. Barely. Even as an explanation, no. Oh, the fuck.
To solve the crime, you're just trying to figure out the crime scene.
Document and evidence collect, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And then that last
How do
role,
you get up
criminal
after you
investigation,
lean
that's
down
more
to collect
detective,
evidence?
Kind of the quarterback or the lead of the investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. And back in 2020 and 2021, is that where you would have been, was in the Dallas Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I want to draw your attention, the reason you're here, March 24th, 2021, were you in Dallas Sheriff's Office then?
I was.
Okay. And did you receive a call out that day?
I did.
Okay. What was the nature of that call out?
It was found human remains at 3600 Post Oak.
Okay. And where is that in Dallas?
South Dallas County, Wilmer area.
Commissioner Bertrand?
You may.
I'm gonna mark these three. States 7,
How does he collect evidence?
8, and 9.
I mean,
Do you recognize these?
I can
do, sir.
say these things
And are
because
these
I'm
record
a
to the
large
area you
person
just talked about?
myself.
They are.
And there's a
How
dot on these
does
maps
he
as well. Is
even
that
get
indicating
get
the
up
area
from a
Post
chair?
Oak in which you're being testified about?
That's correct.
This time I'll offer states 7 through 9 for all purposes and alternatives for interjections.
No objection, Your Honor.
I mean,
All right,
they have to swear his belly in a
9,
different court because it's in another jurisdiction.
So we start here, state 7.
Muted. Why? Here's what I normally do. If they are showing remains, this will happen. I will describe for you, but I will not show on my channel. I never do. If I can avoid it, if I can catch it, this is what happens, and I will describe the photo for you. But I will not show remains on my channel. That's disrespectful for the families, in my opinion. Just so you know, if remains are shown, you will stare at this face while I describe what's going on. Okay?
We see Post Oak Road and a red dot and a red in the middle, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's the actual call out location for this call of someone found human remains.
Correct.
And then just as we kind of bounce out, we get more perspective of the area where this is at, and this is out in Wilmer.
Yes, sir.
And then state 9, just to give us a little bit more context to kind of put it into relation with some of our major highways, 35 and 20, right there as well. Right?
Yes, sir. 45 and 20.
45 and 20, excuse me. State 9. Okay.
How can
So you get this call out.
if he walks through a door frame, he will take it with him?
There was a witness who was placing cat traps for feral cats in the area, who had who saw the remains and they called 911. I received a call from our communications division about it.
And then you head out to the scene that day?
Correct.
And the scene was documented that day as well?
Yes, sir, it was.
Were there human remains out there?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
There was a skull.
So pretty identifying piece of human remains.
Yes.
And was the area searched?
Yes.
Can you kind of, I mean, we've got it up on that map and we've got a few more pictures we're gonna go through in video here, but how would you describe that area?
As I described in my report, it was mostly farmland and wooded area.
And a video was taken out there at the time when you all are out there for the search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess before we jump into that, there are March 24th, you're dispatched out there.
Correct.
2021.
Yes, sir.
Was that the only time that you're out there?
In that area, no.
Okay. Did y'all go back for a subsequent search?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
That was the 26th, 2 days later.
And what was the reason for that?
Okay, here's the thing. He might be an excellent investigator. He might be an excellent witness. Test everything. I have issues with, and I don't even mind. I don't care if people blow it up to the size of a whale. I don't care. Your choice. But if you work in law enforcement, take care of yourself. Because even if you're in the crime lab, take care of yourself. It shouldn't be that hard. Should not be that hard. Because if this guy, okay, walking around looking for evidence, everything that is in this area below him, he doesn't see. When your body is obstructing your field of vision, it's time to take a 1 mile walk every morning. Just saying.
We did further canvass the area to get a deeper search. We had it was getting dark and we had some severe weather coming in that night. And so there's a determination to collect what we could see and clear the area and then come back at a later time.
Commissioner Bertrand?
You may.
Commissioner Bertrand, this witness?
I'm gonna show you that mark here states 10. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
Okay, is that your signature there on it?
It is.
Had you had a chance to review this before today?
I have.
Okay, and what's on this disc? Don't say it's 10.
This is the crime scene video that was taken at the scene.
Okay, and is it a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as it was when you all were out there back in 2021?
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer states 10 for all purposes. Alternative defense for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor. It's been briefed, Lieutenant.
All right, it's exhibit 10, admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Beltran?
I mean, I use a cane if I have to take long walks, but I still take long walks. Because even as a large man, I still need some dexterity and some, whatever you call it, have a good condition. Because if I don't, my girlfriend will object. Because she wants me to live longer. Okay, we are watching.
Video without sound just to give the kind of visualization of the area, all right?
That is correct.
That kind of looks like where I live, except I have gravel road, not asphalt. I can do small skips. There they're showing. Okay, yeah, they are showing there are some remains shown, skeleton parts, and it seems like the area has been walked on, and it's a corner of a field. So it might even have been plowed at some occasion. But it seems like this part of the field has water damage, very soaked. they are showing a human skull. No, that was not a cow skull. That was human remains. So that is what they are showing now. Again, I will not show remains on my channel. Instead, you will look at me while I describe. And they are, in this video, they are walking around to show it from different angles. And at another place, it seems to be more skeletal remains that looks like a femur and hip bone. And now they're just showing the face of this investigator. Still just showing. Okay, now they seem to be.
Photographs were taken of that area as well.
That's correct.
I will keep showing just my pretty face while I describe, because now they might show some pictures.
And what was, so whenever you
Yeah, totally not a Russian boat. Why do they actually put the camera up to show the remains? I don't understand that, because it's not necessary. This investigator will describe it. That's all you know. Well, I understand why they are showing the remains, because of clicks. And some channels, that's what they do. They are after clicks. That's all they are after. No respect for the victim or the victim's family. If you choose to, you can always find somebody who is prepared to show skeletal remains. I will not.
there was a, in between the first time you're out there and the second time, you said that there was a rainfall that came as well?
Correct. The first initial day that we were out there that evening, there was quite a significant thunderstorm that came through the area.
And that area, we can see in there, that kind of corner right there on that plot of land kind of collects a good bit of rain whenever it comes.
Yes, sir.
In fact, in preparation for trial, you went back out there to the scene with Miss Pittman and I, is that right?
That's correct.
Had a significant bit of water just recently when we were out there.
Yes.
And then the first trip that you're out there on the 24th, you're collecting just kind of stuff that you can easily see, that we kind of see on the top of the ground there. Is that fair?
Well, yes, sir. But I mean, the sheriff's department didn't actually collect any of that stuff. The medical examiner's office came out and did the collection. We were just documenting.
The joint collective, a joint effort, I guess. You've got the Dallas Sheriff's Office out there, so the medical examiner's out there.
Exactly.
Do you recall other agencies?
This is for
That first initial day, just the sheriff's department and the medical examiner's office.
Follow-up day, who all's out there?
It was the sheriff's department, medical examiner's office, and Dallas Police Department.
The FBI out there as well?
I don't recall them being there.
And so you got a lot of agencies. Was there a lot of people there?
15 to 20.
Okay. And then can you describe kind of the efforts of kind of surveilling the area to look for evidence out there?
We have a field that's, it's pretty open right there. The wooded area was a little bit more difficult to get through. It was thick with brush, and it was quite muddy that day, so it was kind of made it very difficult to run through that area.
I believe Cincinnati, but I'm not. I don't remember clearly.
How much are you able to have marked here? States 11 through 38. You flip through those. I'll come back towards you.
Seattle. Okay. Thank you, Old Red. Seattle area. She went to Dallas, Texas to visit a friend, have a weekend. She found someone to fool around with, and that cost her her life.
It's just all through 38. So you've looked through all through 38?
Yes.
So 11 through 38. Are these all fair and accurate depiction of the site out there, either on that first day or on the subsequent day in the search of the area?
Yes, sir.
This time, I'll offer states 11 through 38 for all purposes. I'll put it in the question.
Okay, any motive. What happened was the victim found somebody to fool around with. The person she fooled around with was a rapper who also lived with a lesbian couple that also was his sugar mamas, where they had relations. What the prosecution is alleging is that while this rapper and the victim was doing the hanky-panky and all that stuff, Sugar Mama came in, went berserk, and did the stabby on the victim. The prosecution is charging Miss Dykes, who is the defendant in this case, for the stabby thingy. And tampering with evidence and tampering with the corpse. So the motive seems to be jealousy. Yeah, there's nothing normal about this case or this trial. Yeah, her last name is Dykes. She's married to a woman. They apprehended all three suspects in 2021. They were bailed out or bonded out. And all of a sudden, the two women cut off their ankle bracelets and fled to Cambodia to avoid justice. Took the government a good while before they found them and could get them extradited back to the United States. And here we are. Yep. Everything about this case and this trial is weird. Welcome to my channel. We watch weird trials. They seem to be going for not enough evidence, and it might not have been the defendant, and she might not have died from stabby. That could have been animal making marks on the remains that look like stabby, and the blood in their apartment could have been nosebleed. Oh, yeah. So that's the short version.
No, just
All right, states exhibits 11 through 38, photographs are admitted for all.
The other two people seems to be witnesses in this trial.
So I'll move through these. We've seen the videos. We have the context of it, just in case the jury needs them. And this is the area we're talking about. It's kind of right there off the road in States 11. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And then the way these are kind of shot is they then start to turn and show different angles and different parts of
We
the
just
area.
saw this
focusing on
prosecutor.
physical evidence.
Correct.
So here, States 13, we saw in the video, you document, the Joshua Farm documents the poll there. What's the purpose of that?
So the numbers on the pole can be fed to the telephone company, and they can give an exact location of where that pole is. So just to define the location.
Because the area we're talking about, right, State 7, there's no actual addresses out there.
Correct.
States 14, just kind of showing Post Oak headed back towards, I think, Pleasant Run, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Pleasant Run this way, Beltline this way.
Correct.
States 15, now we're looking towards Beltline.
Yes, sir.
State 16, showing that pole across the street at Post Oak.
Yes, sir.
17, again, just documenting the name or number that's associated with that telephone pole.
Correct.
So then we come back, States 18, and now we're starting to look at the area that you were all about to begin your search.
That's correct.
States 19.
Again, I will not
This is that
show
search
remains
where we can
on
see
my
it's
channel
body,
if I can help.
Small pooling of water and some holes, I guess, in the ground, for lack of a better word.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We can even see here in States 19, we saw in the video where we're starting to see that some of those remains are sitting right there on top of the soil.
Yes, sir.
States 20. That's the human skull that you talked about seeing.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Human skull. Now, usually at the edge of farmland is where you try to lead water as well, so you don't have ever. Because for you who don't know, hi, I have a farm. I kind of know a thing or two about farming. You try to lead excess water to a specific area so you don't have to deal with it. Because you don't want your farmland and your fields soaked. So you try to lead water to a specific area. This seems to be the specific area they led water to, where the remains also was found.
States 21, that skull portion's up here. We see some more human remains several feet away.
Correct.
States 22.
Those the remains that were several feet away from the skull. You see a close up of those.
The camera guy seems to understand that don't show remains.
Yes, sir. Same remains, just a different angle.
States 24, we now have a ruler next to it to give us some size context.
Correct.
Yeah, unless you're growing rice. But North American soil and European soil
skull.
is not really good for rice.
We just continue to document various angles and degrees of close to whatever it is you're photographing. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
States 27, again, now we have it with the ruler there to give some context about size.
Correct.
Now this seems to be all that
Separate from the skull is the lower half of the jaw.
Yes, sir.
particular witness is here to talk about. So let's skip forward. Yep, because there's nothing. I mean, we found the remains. There they are. Here's the pictures. Here's some video about it. So we can skip ahead a bit.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the statement called Dr. Christian Raul.
Dr. Christian, okay. Cool.
Come on forward, sir.
Dr. Christian something is the next witness.
Yes, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
I would assume this is the coroner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for record, sir?
Dr. Christian Crowder, last name Crowder.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm the Chief of Human Identification and Anthropology at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since 2021.
And prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was the anthropologist.
It's past 8 p.m. here, and I'm going to get myself a beer. And but but I don't want to keep this running just in case they show more stuff. I'll be back in 20 seconds. Don't go anywhere, please. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Where's my bottle opener? I know I'm supposed to have one here. And my... Where's my bottle opener? I always have a bottle opener at my desk. Darn it. Ruining my desk. Oh, for fuck's sake. There. Cheers. Now we can continue.
For the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long were you in college there at Dallas County?
I started there in 2018.
So 3 years?
Correct.
And what are your, what kind of training, experience, schools does it take to become an anthropologist in the medical examiner's office?
I have a bachelor's in biological anthropology
Yeah,
from Texas A&M. Biological and we perform body cartilaginous structure.
Yeah, we know. You look at bones and you're trained to look at bones.
Yes.
As part of that work, do you also prepare a report?
I do.
Okay. And are photographs taken as well to kind of document the remains?
I don't know. Hold on.
They are.
Where's your version?
Have you have marked here states 52? Is that a copy
Yes,
of your report
I'm,
and the diagram and attached diagrams?
Yes, I'm Gen X.
For your report?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And states 53 through 69, if you'll flip through those. And are those remains that are associated with this case that you would have been reviewing?
Currently south of Sweden, it all rained away. But we might have a bit of snow later this week.
Yes, this is a combination of photos taken at autopsy and taken during my exam.
They all come back to the remains that you would have been reviewing. Is that correct?
Correct. And they also, each one has a case identifier associated with it, either on a scale or on a identifier placard.
Okay. And what is that identification number that the Dallas Medical Examiner's Office uses? What's it called?
It's the case number for the case, which is associated with the decedent.
Okay. And that's what we see here, IFS, with these series numbers 2106459.
Correct.
Okay. And those numbers then match up with how you would document your report as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that follows everything that kind of happens with that case within the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
And these are all fair and accurate depictions of the remains?
They are.
And you said 652 was a fair and accurate copy of your report and a couple of diagrams on it.
Correct.
Again, if they are showing remains,
69.
this will happen and I will describe what's going on screen. Looking ahead. Oh, here no pictures will be shown.
us through kind of what we're looking at whenever we talk about, we have kind of just a description there at the top, is giving you the background about either your investigation out the field, right? Is that right?
Correct.
Just kind of what you did there and after.
Okay.
Yeah, walk us through that.
Would it be helpful to explain how an anthropologist is initiated in these cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's two ways that we can be brought into a case. One of those is every morning when the pathologists go through the case list of all the decedents scheduled for autopsy, they may designate certain cases that would benefit from anthropological analysis, meaning that there's some question that needs to be answered by looking at the skeletal remains. In the event where we have a case that is mostly skeletonized, then that would definitely involve a forensic anthropologist to assist the pathologist with their determination of cause and manner. The other way that we're involved in cases is if there is a field discovery and by law enforcement, and they call our office to report that potential human remains have been found. In that case, if the remains are skeletonized, then the death investigator, who is the first at the scene, will then contact the forensic anthropologist to assist with the recovery.
And so walk us through your involvement and how you get assigned here and what you do.
Okay. So with this case, I was notified that there were remains that were found that were believed to be human remains. I did not go to the scene. It was late in the evening, and I believe there was a storm rolling in. And so the investigator on scene decided that they would go ahead and initiate the recovery for the storm hit. The storm hit that evening, and so the day that we went back to the scene the next day, the area was flooded, and so we couldn't do additional recoveries. And so I actually didn't go to the scene until April 12th. And so on March 25th, that is when the pathologist was assigned the case from the previous evening's recovery. And so she is the one who asked me to be involved with the analysis at autopsy. The case was turned over to her, and she began her analysis and then asked for my assistance with performing the different things that are listed on this report.
And then you do the analysis here in this report, right? So you then, like you said here, you go out, there's another time for another recovery event out there at the Post Oak address in Wilmer, where you guys do subsequent searching. And there's more things that are collected, more remains that are collected. Let's talk then about actual process then. What do you do once you get those remains and you come back into the lab office?
So once the pathologist does their initial characterization of the decedent's remains, they're then turned over to anthropology. What I do at that point is I perform an inventory so I can tell what skeletal elements we have and what we're missing. And then in this case, we did have some adhering soft tissue. The remains weren't fully skeletonized. And so what I do is I process that tissue off the remains so I can make sure I can observe all of the bony features without any tissue adhering. That process involves taking the remains, putting them into a water and degreaser bath, and then putting them into an incubator, which is basically like a convection oven. And so it slow heats and dissolves the tissue, leaving only the hard tissue. And so once that is done, the remains are taken out, allowed to dry, and then I'll begin my analysis. In this case, when we are dealing with skeletal remains with no other indications of their biological profile, their age, sex, ancestry, stature, the pathologist will ask me to attempt to build that profile. So in this case, I actually started to build that profile, but before I could complete the analysis, the remains were identified via odontological evaluation through dental identification by a forensic dentist. And so when that occurred, my analysis changed, and it turned into only providing inventory.
Yeah, here's the thing. If you're born in the United States and you live your life in the United States, you have good dental records. And so sometimes, thanks to dental records, you can exclude a lot of people, narrow everything down, and then get through dental records, yes, it's this person because they fixed that tooth, and that tooth, and stuff like that, to make sure that, okay, because, yeah, a lot of missing people, and then compare dental records, and they can narrow everything down. And apparently they did that quite fast here. So I assume that her dental records were good and could be traced and stuff like that.
minimum number of individuals. That means an assessment based on the skeletal remains to determine, do we have multiple individuals in the skeletal assemblage, or is all this likely from one individual? I also was asked to look for any evidence of trauma on the remains, any evidence of skeletal trauma, and then also asked to look at what we call taphonomy. Taphonomy are all the changes that can occur during the depositional environment. So during the environment after death, these changes can be due to anything like weathering, animal activity, human activity. So these were the items that the pathologist asked me to assess.
So here we're talking about the inventory. You have that written down in the report, but then also I have it here attached to the report as well. We can see that everything that's shaded means it was not recovered. Is that correct? Or was?
Right. So if it's shaded, it says not present or highly fragmented, and then white is present, and then the other box with the dots is staining. So there was just staining on the remains. So this is not only an inventory, but it's also a diagram where I can make additional notes about the condition of the remains.
And here you have the dates listed 3/25 to 4/1/21. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because like you said, they're going out and recovering. You're going back out to that site again, and your final conclusion looks like it comes from April 13th, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
One thing I heard you talk about the inventory process is determining we got multiple people out here remains, or is it just one? Did you make a finding on that?
I did. My determination that we had a minimum of one individual, meaning that the remains were all congruent with coming from the same individual. There were no repeat elements, which is one of the things that we look for. If there's two left arm bones, two skull fragments from the same area of the skull, anything that could give us an idea that we actually have two individuals, not one. And in this case, there was no indication that we had multiple individuals.
And then you said you're also looking at evidence of trauma, and I'm not even going to try and say, I'm going to let you say it again.
Now, this part should be really important for the defense, because if his analysis shows actual trauma, not by post-mortem trauma, then it would indicate actual homicide, as in somebody ended this person's life. And that, for evidentiary reasons, that's important. Totally not a Russian bot. Did you know that hip replacement and the likes, breast enlargement, also have serial numbers to trace? I know that. There's so much to compare, but it also helps if you have suspicion who it might be. Yeah. Correct. Totally not a Russian bot. Thank you.
The taphonomic conditions? Okay. Right. So I was asked to do trauma analysis. What this involves is looking at the remains radiographically through x-rays, looking for antemortem or before death trauma. That's usually when you're looking for any type of healing. So this would be an older injury that is likely not associated with the death event, but just an earlier injury. It involves looking for perimortem trauma. Perimortem means around the time of death. Now, for an anthropologist, the definition of perimortem is a bit different from a pathologist. Pathologist looks at soft tissue, so they can have a very tight window for something that is an acute injury or something that probably happened during the death event. For an anthropologist, perimortem is much broader because we're looking at how the skeleton reacts. And the skeleton can take much longer to lose that ability to cause a breakage that looks like it's a recent fracture. And then we look for post-mortem events, and that falls under taphonomy. So in this case, I didn't find any evidence of trauma on the skeleton, on the skeletal elements that I was able to review.
Is in your experience?
Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. He found no trauma. Huh. Okay.
Is it possible to receive life-sustaining injuries that don't cause any trauma to the bones?
Yes.
So, I mean, the point here is that you find there's no evidence of trauma on these bones in your reports, but you're saying it could be possible to receive life-threatening injuries.
Oh, prosecution. No, not one of these cases. Not one of these cases. just because you didn't find anything doesn't mean it didn't happen. That's not up to him to answer, in my opinion. His sole answer should be, I found no trauma. The rest is speculation. He's there as a bone looker, not to speculate on about what could and could not happen. He's, in my opinion, his sole reason for being there. I looked at the bones, I saw no trauma. Period. Apparently not. There was a bunch missing. I hate it when the prosecution forces experts to speculate. But they're there as experts, and that includes speculating or giving opinions. I don't like it.
That would never actually cause anything for you to be able to see in a body like this.
All I can report to the pathologist is there's no inflicted trauma to the skeleton.
Because obviously there's not enough soft tissue to determine. I mean, we're talking about very little soft tissue, I guess, that was on this.
Correct.
And then same here down the it's taphonomic.
Taphonomic.
Taphonomic. Okay. That's kind of like you said, the post-mortem trauma.
It's the postmortem changes to the remains.
Okay. And there was some evidence of that.
Right. So there are various changes that were associated with the body being in the postmortem environment. One of those is what we call sun bleaching. Some of the skeletal elements showed areas of bleaching from the sun having interaction with it. There was also elements that had soil staining, and that tells us that they were in contact with soil and they were taking up that coloration from the soil and the tannic.
Just evidence and percentage of probability. Yes, please. Now, this witness answered correctly. This is all I can tell. He didn't speculate on the prosecution's behalf. That's good. That's up to the prosecution to speculate with other things, not this witness. This witness, I looked at bones, I saw no trauma. Period. She was found 6 months after her last night out. Yes. 6 months later.
Evidence or botanic vegetation around the remains. There's also a lot of breakage that wasn't associated with trauma. It had characteristics of breakage that we see with animal scavenging.
So the evidence that you're able to see from changes to the skeletal remains are weather, ground, and animals.
Correct.
And do you have any way of knowing how long those remains would have sit out there? Seen some of those kinds of changes?
I don't. When the remains are in that sort of condition and they've been impacted by scavengers, there's really not a reliable way to make a time since death estimate.
And then the last thing is here, just kind of a summary of all those things we just talked about. One person, skeletonized individual, and there was no, but there was the post-mortem breakage and damage, but then there's obviously no evidence of any trauma peri-mortem or anything.
Correct.
Okay.
But if we
For the people, the prosecution and so-called expert witnesses in Kenosha County, this is how you answer questions as an expert, not the fuck-twat gibberish garbage they presented in the Zachariah Anderson trial. You're only there to present facts. Hear that, Miss Treffinger? Hear that? Garbage. Let's continue. This is this trial.
start looking here, case 53, these are kind of a photo of the remains, one of the first few times they would have been gathered, that first little series of.
Get wrecked gravely.
And we see here, this is where they come in, kind of an as-is photo with all the dirt and everything kind of associated with it.
Correct.
And then you eventually essentially remove the dirt, debris, and things like that from the remains and document those as well, kind of clean, if you will.
Correct.
mean, also, this is something that pisses me off with this camera guy or whoever it is. Pictures of the remains he showed. But the diagram where they point out we found these bones, but not these bones. That I have no issues with showing that diagram. But that's not interesting. Because no clicks. My part of Sweden has fox, boar. What else do we have here? Squirrels. We have a lot of rats here. We do have a lot of rats. And rats,
1959,
they eat
beginning of
anything.
body being- or the
They
remains
will
being
eat
cleaned up
bones.
and kind of placed where we would take a look at it.
Right, they're placed into a more anatomical position.
State 60.
They tend to move things around.
Show the upper half of the remains. States 61, the lower half of the remains come on that blue Swiss bag, and then we move into state 62. These are where we start to get into some of the work you've been into. Is that correct?
Correct. These would be my images.
State
Oh,
63,
of course.
the upper half.
Asshole fucking camera guy. He avoided the diagram, and I just saw that. No, the bones on the table. Let's get a picture of that. Asshole. You know what?
That black background laid in anatomical order. Just documenting 66.
Just skipping ahead.
There in that area.
It's on the top of this, and then you're missing the shoulder.
Okay, so I'm going to describe. These are the skeletal remains that was found. Skull, jaw, collarbones, few of the upper vertebrae, lower spine, hip, femur, and most of the ribs, most of the ribs and parts of ribs. That would indicate to me that if it happened as the prosecution claims, lots of stabs in the back, there's hard, if not impossible, to do that kind of stabbing without damaging the ribs.
Complexes, so the scapula,
No shoulder pieces, no arm pieces so far.
The arm bones.
And so, in a hypothetical of stab wounds, somewhere in the chest and neck region, it's possible, in your opinion, then that there could be like.
Oh, it's possible. Since you didn't find those specific bones, she could have been stabbed somewhere else. I hate this kind of prosecution. You don't have to do that. You don't have to. Oh, for fuck's sake. Goes 3. Was she strangled? The prosecution alleges stabs, and a bunch of them.
The injuries that happen that just don't show up on these bones.
It's possible to have injuries that don't show up on bones.
But to be totally clear, there's no evidence of trauma whatsoever on these bones.
Correct.
Okay, seems like.
That's what it's showing.
Well, we've been at it for about an hour and a half. We're gonna go ahead and take our afternoon break. Sorry, Dr. Crowder.
Okay, afternoon break. Let's skip ahead.
Thank you, Lorna.
Okay, cross-examination.
I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. I'm not gonna keep you up there very long. Just trying to get some clarification on some things. Now, you said that you were not the the representative from the ME's office that actually went out to this crime scene, is that correct?
On the initial discovery.
You didn't get out there until April 12th of 2021?
Correct.
Do you know who was the initial person or persons from the ME's office that got out there?
Yeah,
I guess either on the 24th, 25th, or the 26th?
that's weird.
I don't have their name. And
Now you can prove ending without that, but
And you couldn't determine how the decedent was killed, could you?
So I don't make those determinations. I make recommendations of any findings for the pathologist to make those determinations, but I did not provide any findings of trauma from my exam.
So that's basically a no.
Correct.
And you said, and I'm going to try to say this word, taphonomic conditions.
Taphonomic conditions.
Those were present.
Yes.
From the weather, because we had just had a really, really bad winter storm in February. Is that correct? Where like all of Texas was shut down.
Right, I remember the storm.
Okay. And then you said you did see some evidence of like animal scavenging.
Correct.
And so it could be possible that where the remains were found, these pieces
I
of
agree.
remains were found, an animal could have drug it from across the field, from a wooded area, anything like that's possible, right?
There could definitely be some movement of remains.
And you said that there were some bones that were missing.
Correct.
Okay. But in your report, you marked that anti-mortem, that they would have been present before she died. These bones.
Well, unless you have.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Seriously, defense lawyer? Seriously? You asked this guy if the bones that were missing were present before she died. Are you retarded, defense lawyer? Are you on drugs? Are you on drugs, Miss Defense Lawyer? She actually asked this guy if the bones that were missing was there before she died. No, of course not. The Photoshop picture, she didn't actually have arms or hands or feet. She actually didn't have the middle part of her spine. How much of a fucking retard do you have to be to ask that kind of question? Are you serious? This is why we can't have nice things. Because how can you go through law school, become a I mean, if the jury is half decent thinking people, they will look at her and wonder, wow, you're a retard. Motherfucker. How can that question even come to your mind? Did the bones that are missing, were the bones there before she died? I will never stop being amazed about human stupidity.
Some sort of missing limbs in life.
That was it. Thank you, Dr. Crowder. No other questions at this point.
Ms. Whitney, final excuse.
No additional statement.
All right, thank you, Dr. Crowder. You're free to leave.
And that was the question. This is the last question to this witness. Did she have the bones before she died? Somebody clip that portion. I'm lost for words. I don't know what to say. Yeah, thank you, Nox Fuse, for your $2. Maybe her client tortured, dismembered anti-mortem. There's nothing in the state's case that implicates that, but the defense might have just opened that door to say that for the prosecution. Hey, remember when the defense said, was she missing bones before she died? The only barely relevant, yeah, I agree, totally not a Russian bot. The only barely relevant question could have been, have you ever in your career and with your expertise seen the remains of a stabbing victim without any marks? But she went with this question. Yeah. Let's just move on.
Yes, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
No, they would call Dr. Kathleen Casper.
Kathleen, who, sorry?
Casper.
Ma'am, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please state the spelling name for the record?
Kathleen Ann Casper,
How do you spell your last name?
Kasper.
And Dr. Casper, how are you currently employed?
I am self-employed. I'm a general dentist in Carrollton, Texas.
And so that's your primary
Yes,
job?
yes.
Okay, she's just going to testify that about the dental record, so we can skip her.
And my understanding, you also do work for local medical examiner's offices.
That's correct.
So let's move on to this witness.
Thank you.
So,
Good afternoon, Ms. Martinez. Can you state your name and spell your full name for the court reporter, please?
Rosa Maria Martinez. Rosa Maria is Rosamaria. Martinez, Martinez.
And you go by Olivia, is that correct?
I do. I apologize. Olivia's my middle name.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to verify that. Ms. Martinez, you and I have spoken on the phone a couple of times. Can you tell the jury how it is that you know Miss Lisa Dykes?
Lisa and I were co-workers at a law firm.
And can you tell the jury kind of
okay, so Miss Dykes worked in a law office. Wait a minute. Is this the other suspect? Who was a suspect? Huh.
when that was, timeline-wise?
That was, I believe, in 2020.
The year 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what law firm did you all work for?
Montgomery Law Firm.
What did you all do for Montgomery Law Firm?
I started out as a case manager, but then got promoted into negotiations. Lisa and I both did negotiations for the firm.
Okay. And as a negotiator, what are your duties? What do you do?
We are in charge of calling the adjusters, insurance companies, working out settlements for our clients. It's a personal injury firm, car accidents, stuff like that.
Do you hold a paralegal certificate?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Dykes did?
I don't believe so, in all honesty, but from my understanding, she did, but I don't know.
Okay. However, this is a job that is in the legal field, and you have some, kind of legal knowledge about certain aspects of the law.
Correct.
What things, what skills do you have to be a negotiator?
I did not know that the suspect in this trial, Miss Dykes, worked at a law firm. I had no idea. And she was married to a lawyer. And they both lived with this young rapper as his sugar mamas. Okay. Okay. Apparently, you can work in a law office and still be okay. I mean, sure. I've met a lot of interesting characters in my career as a union rep doing labor law. This one I haven't. I have never ever heard about. I mean, I've met lawyers who marry their assistants. I met a lot of people in law. Never a lesbian couple, sugar mama to a rapper kind of arrangement. Okay, sure, why not?
You've got to be really convincing. You have to be able to stand firm, and just pretty much you have to be knowledgeable.
And yeah, as a union rep, when I do labor law, most of my work the past 30 years has been negotiations. And she describes it very, very broadly, but I don't disagree.
Detailed when it comes to certain cases.
Okay, knowledgeable, well-spoken?
Absolutely.
Okay, you have to be fairly savvy?
Absolutely.
You said you have to be convincing.
Yes.
Now, you and Ms. Dykes, Lisa, you all shared an office, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you recall the last time that you actually saw Lisa Dykes?
It was a Friday. We said our goodbyes at work, and then that following Monday is the day she tendered her resignation. So it was that Friday, the last time I saw her.
Okay. So
oh, this is interesting. So goodbye on Friday. I assume Friday before Marisela went missing. And on Monday, I quit. That's interesting. Interesting.
So Friday in October 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And throughout the time that you knew Lisa,
all right.
I guess how would you describe her?
Sure.
She was, she commanded, her presence was very commanding. She was definitely very convincing. She can persuade anyone to do anything, to be honest. She had very good verbal skills.
Did she seem to have a pretty good legal knowledge?
Oh, yes, absolutely. She was the one that a lot of us in the office came to for legal advice.
Now,
why the fuck would you go to a non-lawyer for legal advice? Why would... Disclaimer. Don't ever seek legal advice from someone you don't pay for legal advice. Don't ever give legal advice unless that person is your actual client. If you work in a law office, talk to the lawyer, not the non-law degree, no matter how persuasive, no matter how knowledgeable you believe that person is, unless they are actually a lawyer. They don't have legal advice to give. Just a disclaimer.
It's been a while since you've seen Ms. Dykes. Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just identify her by an article of clothing she has on?
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant number 4. Record will show. Now, is that the same appearance that you knew Lisa to have during your time knowing her?
No.
Tell me how Lisa dressed on a day-to-day basis.
She was very well dressed. Always had her heels on. Even if it was with some jeans, she would have her heels on, makeup on, red lipstick. Hair was always done. She was presented herself very well.
Did you ever know her? Did you always know her to have the short hair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you never knew her when she had longer hair.
No.
Then she goes through.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You may. Ms. Martinez, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of Lisa Dykes when you knew her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, permission to publish, Your Honor?
Well, it hasn't been.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your Honor, State offers State 77 for all purposes.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 77 is admitted for all purposes.
Now may I publish, Your Honor? Thank you, Judge. Just so the jury can kind of see, this is kind of how you knew her. Was this a more subdued look that you would normally have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, describe, compared to this
That's
photograph,
subdued.
what you would expect to see her like on a day-to-day basis.
She would, like previously stated, she would have red lipstick on, earrings. That dress or her blouse that she's wearing in the picture may be a little conservative than what she would, from what I knew her.
Okay, and conservative how?
It's not hip, if you will. I don't know. I don't know the word to use. I apologize.
So would you describe her as somebody that dressed as hip?
Yeah.
And did she always dress that way when you knew her?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about, you guys shared an office, and as people that share offices know, did you all get into some personal conversations?
We did.
Did you all share kind of some details about your personal lives?
We did.
And did Lisa ever talk about a man by the name of Charles Beltran?
She did.
And what did you I guess, understand that their relationship initially to be?
They were a couple, from what I understood.
From what you understood? And describe to us, what kind of couple?
It was more of an open relationship type of couple. She was the financial giver, if you will.
Sugar mama.
Did she tell you some of the things she bought for him?
Yes.
What kinds of things did she buy?
Sugar mama.
She would, I know that she got him a car. She did get him a bunch of retro type of tennis shoes that costed a lot of money, clothes.
No, I don't care if you're a wealthy middle-aged woman and you decide to have a toy boy. Go right ahead. I don't care. If you then marry a woman, go right ahead. I don't care. If the three of you are having relations, I don't care. If that guy starts bringing home women, maybe use a judgment in, okay, that's not a good look. And if he brings somebody home, don't kill them. Not legal advice. I mean, if you work with law, you know not what to do and not what to do. But then again, I've seen judges being thrown out of being a judge because they can't keep things in their pants. But yeah, maybe I'm too vanilla for this to understand that kind of things. But I'm quite happy being vanilla in that case because I don't get it. I just don't. I mean, I have my girlfriend. I try to make her happy in all ways possible. I can't imagine the work I have to put into keeping my woman happy. And the work she has to do to have me happy. Why would you ever want to try to make two women happy? Or more women happy? That's exhausting. Yeah, that's just me.
Stuff like that.
So like sneak.
Why risk disappointing more than one woman at a time? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Why actively trying to disappoint a lot of women? I don't get it.
That type of things, that,
Correct.
Jordans and things of that nature that cost several $100s.
Correct.
What about studio equipment?
I'm not too sure if she purchased that.
Okay. Were you aware that Chuck was much younger than her?
Yes.
And when she described Chuck, did it appear that she just really was attached to him?
Absolutely.
And what made you think that?
I'm not too sure. It was more of the way she would talk about him, the relationship that they had, the how happy it would make her to purchase things for him, type of thing.
And did she talk about him all the time?
She did when we weren't busy at work, but yes,
And during that downtime, she was talking about her personal life. Was it kind of all about Chuck for a while?
yes.
At some point, did she?
Women are a lot of
Did you
work.
find out that she had a friend named Nina
And
Morales?
I generally
Yes.
don't clap.
And do you recall about when she started talking about her friend Nina Morales?
I don't recall around what time frame that was, but I know I've heard of her.
Okay. You said that you knew her in 2020, is that right?
Correct.
And how did she talk about Nina?
She would talk fairly well about Nina. She was a really good friend. They were best friends. She talked about how financially stable Nina was, stuff like that.
Did you learn that Nina's husband had recently passed away?
Yes.
And were you aware that Nina was an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever learn, or at what point did she make you aware that she and Nina got married?
Yes. We even had a little celebration for them at the firm.
Okay. And knowing Lisa over the course of 2020, did it surprise you any that she married Nina, or what were your thoughts?
Yes, you're a lot of work, and you're worth it. I mean, if I didn't have to actually make an effort to have and to keep my girlfriend, then why would I want to be with her? Of course I want to make an effort. That's why we are together. 8 years and counting. Because we both feel we are worth the effort. But that's just me. You can have other reasons. Anybody, what's your reason to stay and to have your partner? Good enough. You can have any reason you want to keep being with the person you're with. For me, the effort is part of the enjoyment. Because I will never take her for granted. Never. If I can, I hope so at least, but that's just me.
About that?
No, she had talked about it for a little while, so I knew that it was in the works.
Did she ever describe, I guess, the nature of their relationship and what it was based on?
Just that they were best friends, and she did speak a lot about the finances when it came to Nina.
Did she ever express to you that this marriage was an arrangement where she was madly in love with her?
No, it never did. It never did, or she never did express that it was about them being in love. It was more of an opportunity.
And what do you mean by an opportunity?
Because of finances.
Okay. Nina was well off.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, being in that environment in the same office, you talked about some personal things. Did you ever talk about the sexual relationship that she either had between she and Chuck, she and Nina, with the both?
Yes.
Okay. And did she describe, I guess, a sexual relationship with Chuck?
She did.
And did she tell you details about it, or how did she describe that?
Not extreme details, just that they had an open relationship, and she knew about other females that he would bring home.
Okay. So she didn't talk to you about the down and dirty details of what her and Chuck did.
I mean, that makes it weird as well, because if she knew he brought ladies home, why was this particular event, why did it end like it did?
No.
Did she talk about her sexual relationship with Nina?
She did.
And how did she describe that?
It was more of she wasn't.
If any woman is like my cat, then you're just waiting for me to die so you can have a good meal.
Really sexually interested in Nina. It was more of Nina being sexually interested in her and wanting to have, if you will, threesomes with her, and not really Lisa wanting to do so.
Okay. So you talked about before that the relationship seemed to be described as an opportunity, a financial opportunity, if you will. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
And she, I guess, described this as Nina wanting to be intimate with her, but she didn't really have that same desire.
Correct.
What?
You talked about how she knew that Chuck was had other women. Did it ever seem to be an issue with her that he had these other women?
Not that she expressed to me.
Okay. Was it more about just making sure that he was going to stay with her?
Correct.
Was there ever a time or a woman that he slept with where she did express a problem?
The one person that he could not sleep with was Nina.
Okay, when we say sleep with,
Ooh.
that means sleep with the two of them together where it was a threesome? Or was it just if Nina and Chuck slept together alone?
If Nina and Chuck were alone.
Okay, did she ever express to you that she found out that they had slept together alone?
She did.
And what was her reaction to that?
She was livid.
What do you mean by livid?
She was extremely upset. Very, very angry.
Did she express who she was upset with?
She was upset with Nina.
Okay, and was it a matter of the fact that Nina had, I guess, cheated on her, or was it the fact that Nina had slept with Chuck?
It was more of the fact that Nina slept with Chuck and Nina knew that she wasn't supposed to.
Okay, so what we have here seems to be Miss Dykes is very possessive. He is my strap-on sex toy with a heartbeat. You or Nina is my financial stability. It seems like Miss Dykes or Mrs. Dykes, Miss Dykes, whatever. She wants it all, and everybody should do what I tell you to do. And Nina and the rapper guy, let's do the hanky panky, anyways. All right.
Was it an issue that Nina just wasn't supposed to without her involved?
I don't think so.
Now, when you said she was livid, what things did she say about it?
Oh,
How
gosh.
is a discussion at the law
She
firm?
was going to make Nina her bitch. Excuse my language.
That's okay. So that's a direct quote from Miss Dykes. When she found out about this, she said she was going to make Nina her bitch.
Yes.
What else did she say?
She was going to make sure that Nina did whatever she wanted her to do.
Do you remember in terms of how long before Lisa resigned did this occurrence happen, if you recall?
Knox Fuse. No, Nick, she thought Botello was Nina. Thank you for your super chat. Oh. I'm not. I'm not entirely sure. All I get out of this is that Miss Dykes, extremely possessive, very jealous. I'm not. She wasn't possessive of Chuck having other women, as long as it wasn't other women and Nina, because she wanted Nina for herself and Chuck when she wanted Chuck. That's my interpretation of it all. But thank you so much for your super chat. It's much appreciated. And she paid the bills. This arrangement is weird, and I have no idea why it's a subject in a law firm. Why would you talk about this openly at a law firm? This will make all the kinds of trouble in a law firm. But I assume, since Miss Dykes was a good negotiator, that she pulled in enough money that they didn't care.
I don't recall. I apologize.
That's okay. Did you ever meet Charles Beltran?
I met him once.
And where was that?
With Lisa, we were at the on-premise bar.
On premise. And what do you know about the on premise bar?
I just know that Lisa's son worked there or managed the bar, and from my understanding, Charles was a security guard or door guy.
Okay. And what was your impression of Joe?
It wasn't too bad.
Lisa Dykes is sitting at a defense table. Oh, Knox Fuse, thank you for your $5 super chat. No, Chuck could have any woman he wanted alone, just not Nina alone. Okay, she caught Chuck and Botello in the act and thought, oh, that, yeah, because Nina had long dark hair. I could see that. And if that happened more than once, and she was livid at the thought of them being together. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you, Knox Fuse. I appreciate it. Thank you for catching that, because I didn't. Does Nina look like the victim? Well, in the dark, with long dark hair, yeah, you could. Well, Nina is a more full figure, but it's still long dark hair. Okay, I can see that. Thank you, Knox Fuse. Much appreciated. Thank you for clearing that up. I didn't think of that. Good catch. This is why I love my chat. You catch things I don't. You ask me hard questions that I have to struggle to answer, and you make me think. And that's what is so amazing with my chat. You actually make me evaluate things and think of different angles. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
First impression was that he was a little bit of a flirtatious.
Okay.
And it just seemed like it came naturally to him to be flirtatious.
Did you all have a lot of conversation, or was it just a little bit?
Yeah, not at all.
If you wonder,
Is he a handsome man?
Ingalls is
Yeah.
Young.
5 feet.
Yes, young. You
Demanding.
can tell he was young.
And we kind of talked about the fact that, for Lisa, what did that make her feel like to have this young, handsome, flirtatious man pay attention to her?
I think he kept her young.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation.
Good objection.
Okay. Do you know how that made Lisa feel being with this young, attractive man?
From what I was used to, how she would react to him, he would make her happy. She was always really joyful to be around him. He made her feel young.
Hey,
And is that the same way she dressed?
Mr. Jimbo. Hello.
Now, Lisa had some plastic surgery maybe about a month before she resigned. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You actually referred her to the surgeon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Now, I believe, do you recall when she had that surgery?
I don't recall exact dates. I apologize.
That's okay. Do you recall that she was working in the office at the end of September of 2020?
Yes.
And was she complaining, I guess, about some of the after effects of the surgery? She had a thigh surgery.
Correct. She had a thigh lift and a facelift. The thigh lift was giving her issues. The swelling.
I'm sorry.
The swelling was.
She had a butt lift. Not thigh lift might be something else, but I translate that to she had a butt lift, because white women at a certain age get flat asses. And apparently a facelift. Well, whatever's.
It's giving her issues.
The swelling. In September, did she come back almost immediately from that surgery?
She did. Yes.
And over the course of the time that she was there, did she get better?
Her face got better, but her thighs just were giving her a really, really big issue. They weren't healing well.
Okay. Was she still walking around?
She was walking just very slowly.
Walking slowly?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall a time at the 1st of October that she talked about going to Camden, Arkansas?
Yes.
What was that for?
A rap concert that Charles was a part of.
And do you have any idea who all went?
Okay.
I knew it was her. I know Charles went because he was involved, but I don't know anyone else.
Okay, and did she take off that Friday, October 2nd to go to that?
She did.
And was she scheduled to come back to work on October 5th?
She was.
Yeah, I have. I agree with George Carlin about that one, on that one, because at a certain age, because you will always find a man scratching his butt, and at some point in time, we have scratched it off. No, I do try to work out as much as I can, but my knees are fucked, so I can't do that much. But so far I get no complaints from girlfriend about my butt.
Did you talk to her at all that weekend?
No.
Okay, and that's not abnormal. You would talk to her over weekends?
Yeah, it wasn't an every weekend thing.
Prior to October 2nd, do you recall if she had traveled anywhere via airplane or anything else like that on a trip?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, do you know how they got to Arkansas?
I believe they drove.
And do you have any idea where Camden is?
I
About how
don't.
far away it is?
No, ma'am.
The show was that weekend, and you said that she was scheduled to come back to work on October 5th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she return to work that day?
That Monday she called in.
She called in. Did she give any indication why she was missing work?
No.
Ms. Martinez, I'm putting up here, it's been marked States Exhibit 5 for demonstrative purposes. And you had mentioned that Lisa took off. She was missing work.
No.
Ms. Martinez, I'm putting up here, it's been marked States Exhibit 5 for demonstrative purposes. And you had mentioned that Lisa took off work to go to Arkansas on October 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And then October 5th, she was supposed to come to work and she called in for an unknown reason.
Correct.
So she went to Arkansas on October 2nd. Then I assume she came home the night between October 4th and 5th. She walks into the bedroom and sees a person with long dark hair riding her man. She thinks it's Nina, so of the sort.
Do you recall she returned back to work on the 6th?
She did.
Not excuse.
And I'll just go ahead and put that on there. When she returned back to work, was her demeanor any different?
No.
Okay. Throughout that week, was her demeanor any different?
No.
At what point, you had talked about before, did you know that she had bought Chuck a black Audi car?
Yes.
Did she ever ask you about hiding that car?
She asked if she could leave the car at my house.
Okay. And when did she ask you about that?
I would say that week.
Okay. What explanation did she give?
She had previously expressed to me that she had been trying to take the car away from from Charles.
Yes.
And so that's the impression I got as to why she wanted me to keep the car. But other than that, I don't know why.
And did she mention anything about having to clean it?
She did. She mentioned she had had the car detailed twice.
And it was that week that she mentioned that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she talk about possibly leaving it at an airport?
Yes.
You mentioned that she had said that, or asked her if you could leave it at her house. And, kind of what thoughts did you have about that?
About her leaving the vehicle at my home?
Yes.
I didn't ask specific questions to her about it, but I just knew that it only could bring problems, and there was just no way I was going to have a car that she was trying to hide at my house.
Do you recall on October 15th, this would be this Thursday after this week right here, if she got a phone call that caused her to become, I guess, upset or concerned?
Yes,
And were you in the same room with her when she received that phone call?
yes.
Who purportedly was on that call?
She stated it was an FBI agent.
And how did she react to that?
Her reaction was that it was a fraudulent call, that the person calling her was fraud, that there's no way it could be an FBI agent.
Okay. Did the person leave a name for her?
I believe he did. He gave her his first and last name. I don't recall what that is, though.
Okay. And was this information that she kind of, talked about in the office?
Yes,
And her statement was that this was fraud.
correct.
Okay. And that was on October 15th. Is that correct?
Yes.
I thought she resigned or quit the week after the alleged ending, but here they are talking about a date further on. Okay. Well, I guess she has to give 14 days notice, at least.
Prior to that, had you had any indication at all that Lisa was unhappy at her job?
No.
I mean, I've been working in law for over 30 years. And sometimes, even if a person is very good at their job, the way they conduct themselves in office or out of office makes it not worth it. And it brings the morale down, and it can cause friction. Sometimes it's simply not worth it having a person who might be good at negotiating stay at the office, because it brings down everybody else. Know what I mean? Sometimes, same at work. You can have a person who does welding really good, but the way they conduct themselves with other employees, then bring the rest of the morale down, so overall performance is lower. These people are sometimes hard to find, sometimes very easy to find, but you need to find them in your office or at the workplace. Now, I'm a union rep, I will defend them regardless, but sometimes the overachiever brings down everybody else so much it's not worth it. That's just a sidetrack because this comment from Ghostery.
And
Sorry.
that next day she came back to work, is that correct?
Correct, that Friday.
And that was the last time you saw her.
That's correct.
When did you learn that she had called in and quit her job?
On that following Monday.
And did you learn what her explanation was?
No. I was only told that she tendered her resignation
And did she tender it on that Friday?
that Monday.
That Monday?
If I'm not mistaken. The day I heard about it, so I believe it's that Monday.
Okay, so you heard about it on that Monday?
Yes.
Okay. The Monday after, so not Monday after the actual disappearance, Monday after the 15th. Wasn't entirely clear.
Did she ever try to call you or contact you after that?
No, no.
Do you know if she tried to contact anyone else from the workplace?
I believe someone did get a phone
Objection,
call.
speculation. I believe she has no concrete knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you know if she tried to contact someone else from work?
She did.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, this would be hearsay.
Sustained as hearsay.
Correct.
Your Honor, we're going to ask that the jury just regard this last.
Answer. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are instructed to disregard the last answer made by this witness and not consider it as, for any purpose whatsoever.
The way they explained it during opening statement, the victim was on top of shock. Shock drifted off for some fucked up reason while she was on top. And then he came to because of weird movement. And according to the prosecution, that is when he saw Miss Dykes making a stabbing motion towards the victim. And then some fighting ensued. So, yeah. Allegedly stabby while the victim and Chuck was in the act of hanky-panky. I have no idea how you can fall asleep while a woman is dun 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 dun. Hey, I have no idea how you can fall asleep during that. But apparently, according to the prosecution, that's what happened. I don't know. Don't touch the cord, you asshole cat. Sorry, folks. Okay, fornication. Thank you.
At some point, Ms. Martinez, did the FBI come in and talk to everyone at your workplace?
Yes.
And what information were they trying to find out?
They wanted to know if we knew where she was, if anyone had heard from her. They also wanted to know if anyone knew where the vehicle was.
Did you all give her the information that you have?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for hearsay. The form of the question is all inclusive of her, instead of her own personal knowledge.
Sustained.
The judges.
Did you give them any information that they asked for?
Everything they asked for.
You previously described Ms. Dykes as a very persuasive person. Can you kind of explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes, she had a way with words. She could persuade anyone to do anything, in all honesty.
And Ms. Martinez, in the time that you were working with Ms. Dykes, did you all ever have any personal problems?
Nothing personal, no.
Okay. Did you have some work conflicts?
Yeah, maybe a couple.
Was it anything that amounted to, I guess, any disciplinary action for either of you, or was it just a matter of sometimes when you shared office space, those things happen?
It was just a matter of meeting goals that we weren't meeting at the time. That was the only reason.
And when I initially contacted you about your initial interview with FBI and talking to me, how did you feel about possibly coming and testifying?
Honestly, I didn't want to have anything to do with it.
I mean, you were reluctant.
I was reluctant, yes.
Okay, but you honored the subpoena that you got.
I did.
And just personally, how did you at that time feel about Lisa as a person?
I was conflicted. She was my friend, but is being charged with something horrible, and it's nothing that feels good. It's hard to deal with.
Good answer.
And lastly, Your Honor, approach. A painting was marked State 78. Is that just a picture of you?
Yes.
Okay, and that's kind of an older picture. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, State offer State 78 for all purposes. Okay, no objection. Your Honor, pass the witness.
All right, well, State's Exhibit number 78 is admitted for all purposes.
Oh, sorry, Judge.
Sure.
Got that version.
Right, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez, I'm Valerie Best, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cross-examination. This, because she did give a lot of information that can be cross-examined on. I'm not entirely sure how they can cross-examine her so it sounds good for their client. So this will get interesting.
You said that Lisa was very persuasive,
Yes.
but she wasn't persuasive enough to convince Attorney Montgomery to pay her bonus or give her more. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Your Honor, objection calls for hearsay.
It's the same.
Ms. Martinez, there were issues with the pay that negotiators were receiving at Montgomery Law Firm. Is that correct? Yes or no?
No.
So no issue with any bonus that you would have received or that Lisa would have received?
At one point there was, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were actually in Lisa's office because Lisa was training you on negotiations. Is that correct?
She did, but we shared an office the entire time.
Now, the conversations that Lisa did have with you about her relationship with Chuck, she never mentioned being jealous of any of the other women that he was seeing, the young women that he was seeing. Yes or
No.
no? And did you know that Lisa was supporting Chuck's rap career, that Chuck wanted to be a rap artist?
Yes.
And she had made an investment in his rap career.
Oh.
To your knowledge, do you know if she made an investment in his rap career?
She spent money, if that's what you mean, yes.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to hear any of Mr. Beltran's music, Chuck's music?
I didn't. Not then. Not until, honestly, after he got arrested is when I looked up his music.
What was your impression of his rap music?
I couldn't see anybody investing in it.
Was it very derogatory?
Oh, burn! What a what a burn! Wow! 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 That was a. I want to hear that again. Yeah.
Music, Chuck's music?
I didn't. Not then. Not until, honestly, after he got arrested is when I looked up his music.
What was your impression of his rap music?
I couldn't see anybody investing in it.
Was it very derogatory?
It was definitely derogatory, yes.
Yeah.
Now, Lisa had gotten some plastic surgery, and you referred her to that surgeon.
Correct.
And you stated earlier that Lisa came back almost immediately after the plastic surgery.
Correct.
Did that surprise you that she came back so quickly?
It did. She, the day she came back, she ended up leaving early because she wasn't feeling very well.
Do you know why she came back to work so soon?
She was always very adamant about being at work. She wanted to get a job done.
So she was driven about her career.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was she on any heavy medication like hydrocodone or?
I don't know.
Did she ever show you how her legs were healed? Did you ever see what was going on with her legs, or her thighs in particular?
If I recall correctly, she did show me one leg, if I'm not mistaken, but and it didn't look very good.
What do you mean by it didn't look very good?
The wound was opening.
I'm gonna ask you this: sometimes would she get bloody at work?
She would, but it wouldn't seep through her clothing, nothing like that.
Would she have to change her bandages?
Yes.
off that work?
Yes.
Now, the statement that you said about she was gonna make Nina her bitch after she found out that Nina and Chuck slept together without her knowledge. You don't remember when she said that?
I don't recall exactly when. I remember the conversation 100%, but I don't recall exactly what date or any of that sort.
Was it like in the summer, maybe?
No, it would have been before her plastic surgery, but I apologize, I don't remember exactly when.
Okay. And she had her plastic surgery in September.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Becky, that's a yes or no?
Oh, I apologize, yes.
Now, you said that she took off on October 2nd of 2020. Did she call into you to request time off or?
No, she would let the office manager know.
Okay.
The office manager, myself, and Lisa were part of management. So when the office manager knew that someone would be out, she let me know as well.
So if she really just worked half a day and took off to go to a doctor's appointment, would you have been aware of it?
Absolutely.
And that's not what she did on October 2nd, just take half a day, like work from home or go to a deposition?
No, that Friday she took the entire day off.
Are you still working for the Corvette Cowboys at Montgomery?
No, ma'am.
When did you leave?
Oh, it would have been 2021 January.
Now, why did you leave?
I was let go.
You were let go.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that because goals weren't being met?
Correct.
Sometimes that
Did
happens.
you know when he was about to let Lisa go as well?
Your Honor, objection, consent.
Well, Your Honor, she did say earlier that she was a part of the HR team, the management team. So that would be something within her.
Well, she can answer to anything that she told to the defendant.
Oh, I apologize. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Now about her, when she said that she wanted to take her car, the Audi that Chuck was driving over to your house, keep it up there. Was it piggybacking off of the conversations that she had with you about wanting to take the car away from him for whatever reason?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you stated where you told Ms. Pittman that you weren't comfortable with that.
Correct.
Is it because
Thank you for being
you didn't
here.
want to be caught in between a couple's rift?
Yes, I didn't want those problems.
It's not a
So
lot of time
nothing
left
to that,
on day
this
one,
could have been
but
scene
thanks
of
for
crime
being
or
here.
have criminal evidence that I don't want
I think
anything
it's
to do
just
with it.
one
You
more
were under
witness
the
this day.
impression that there was a rift between them, a lover's rift between them, and you didn't want to be a part of that.
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Concerning the car, were you ever around when Lisa talked to other employees about getting rid of this car?
No.
And from your understanding, Lisa quitting just kind of came out of nowhere.
Correct.
You were in her office with her most of the time, so would you have been aware of any issues that were going on?
Absolutely. We were in the office every day, all day, together.
Your Honor, no further questions. That's all.
Just a couple more. Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Martinez, as far as you know, you don't know what effect this surgery and the heavy medications Lisa was on, how it was affecting her performance, or how your boss, Mr. Montgomery, saw her performance.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be found?
I think it's very sweet that they say pass the witness as your turn. I mean, it's quite polite, unless in the South, politeness can be rudeness, depending on how you phrase it.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
No objection from the defense either, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here today. You're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step getting there for the witness.
All right, let's go to the
Thank you.
final witness of day one.
We do, Your Honor.
May use it.
So we call Dr. Elizabeth Ventura.
Okay, the doctor.
Raise your right hand, I'll be doctor.
Yeah.
Thank you. May you please watch your step.
She looks like a lovely lady.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Ventura.
Hello.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Dr. Elizabeth Ventura, Ventura.
And Dr. Ventura, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed at SWIFT, which is the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, by Dallas County.
What is the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science?
So it's our main scientific building here for the county. We do autopsies. There's medical examiners that work there. We also have a DNA analysis department, trace firearms analysis department, toxicology department. They're all within this one building.
And is it a place where just state can send evidence to, or is anyone can send evidence to you guys?
Yes, for a fee.
And the portion that you work at, that's the medical examiner's office?
Yes,
And that's all kind of under the umbrella though of that same TSS.
correct.
And what does the medical examiner's office do?
Our main duty is to perform autopsies and from that determine the cause and manner of death of an individual that has died.
And right there is, what are your trainings and qualifications?
I just trained at
Skip that.
Cases or autopsies that maybe. Just tell us kind of what are manners of death.
death or
We can get to. I believe this might be the soft
You would have marked here
issue.
states 79 and 80. Is state 79 a copy of your report?
Again, if they
Yes.
choose to show
And
remains,
states 80 is this a copy of the
this will happen.
diagram
I
that you
will
do along with the
describe
report?
what's going
yes, these were part of my notes.
This time I'll offer states 79 and 80. Alternative objections.
No objection, Your Honor, it's been previously tendered to the defense.
All right, state exhibit number 80 is admitted for all purposes.
And 79 here.
And 70.
Commissioner Beltran.
May.
So let's start here with the report. I guess first, how does an autopsy work whenever you get assigned to do one? What's kind of the process?
When a body arrives at the morgue, we will give it a unique identification number. And this number is used to identify the body, and any specimens, any photographs, any reports that are made will have this unique number.
That's what we say in the top left.
Yes,
And then what else happens?
we will begin with the external examination of the body typically. This case is different. We've received bones, but in a typical case, we will have a body that still has skin and sometimes clothing with it. So we will document all the external findings of the body, any clothing they had, any therapy that they had received prior, either at the hospital or at the scene of where they died. Their height, their physical characteristics, all of this will be documented, as well as any signs of natural disease to the body or any signs of trauma to the body would be all included in the external examination. After that, we begin with the internal examination, where we will open the body and examine all of the internal organs. So the heart, the lungs, the liver, all of that will be taken out of the body, cross-sectioned and examined for, again, any signs of natural disease, any signs of trauma to the body. And we also examine the brain, so we'll open the skull.
And so you'll do that no matter what the investigation is, no matter what the autopsy is. If it's there, you're doing that full, thorough investigation, regardless of how obvious it may be or whatever the case may be.
Correct.
And then, like I said, this case is a little different. You don't have a body and any soft tissue to examine.
Yes, that's correct.
And so what do you do when you get a case like this, whenever you get just the remains of someone who was tossed out in a field?
So we still examine whatever we receive. In this case, there were multiple bones separated that we received. So when I received them, I still, used the unique identification number in my photographs. I examined the bones to see if there were any obvious signs of trauma to them.
Yeah, I know. She might seem unnecessary, but everything about the victim needs to be entered into evidence. Even if it was a handful of soft tissue, I examined it, and this is my findings. All of that still has to be entered into evidence. And yeah. So even if it seems insignificant, still has to be entered into evidence.
Sometimes if you have an intact skull, you can still look for maybe gunshot wound holes or any type of blunt trauma to the head. So in this case, when I got bones, I was still looking for any tissue that may have been attached to the bones, any signs of trauma to the bones.
We see here, one portion of the ME's office work would be to identify the person you're doing an autopsy on, is that right?
Yes.
And we see here in this report that that's being, you document that it hasn't happened yet, but it's being established by dental comparison.
Correct.
And I guess it's fair to say there's a number of ways the medical examiner's office would investigate and try to identify either the remains or the body of something. Right?
Yes.
In this case, it's being done by dental examination, and there was an identification made, is that right?
Yes.
And that was Marisela Botello.
Yes.
And then so we see here in your report, you included the forensics anthropology consultation as well. Right before that, here's just kind of where you explain what you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And the jury's seen these photos already. So then we see down here below is where it looks to me that you copy over the forensics anthropology consultation.
Yes, I added to my report.
And are you the one that asked for that anthropology consultation to happen, or I guess the medical examiner investigator? How does that work?
Yes, so it's up to my discretion to use the services of our anthropologist. We haven't always had one, and in this case, we were lucky to have one. And so I asked for his consultation in order to examine the bones more thoroughly, clean them up, and do a thorough examination of them.
And he did that?
Yes.
And that was Dr. Crowder?
Yes.
So then we continue on to the next page. These are still his findings from the skeletal remains, is that right?
Yes.
But then you still go on after reviewing just the remains, looking at the anthropology report, the dental comparison. What else do you then begin to look at to make your findings?
So my findings include a lot of things. They may include a whole part of what I found at the autopsy, any consultations that I asked for, also any investigative history that I obtained. And I incorporate this into my findings in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And the manner of death, you ruled this as well?
The manner of death was homicide.
Okay. And so what was your conclusion then was what in this case?
The cause of death was due to homicidal violence.
And we see there where you're based.
This is interesting because the bone guy said no trauma. Homicide in itself does not mean murder. Just for clarification, everything is a homicide unless it's deemed a self-ending or an accident. Everything is a homicide. It's not until she gives her opinion that it can be, is it homicide as in somebody else inflicted these traumas. But how did she determine this as homicidal trauma if there were no marks on the bones? I hope she will explain it.
That off of the footage where she's seen, Marisela's seen, and the investigative history, you list out some key points there, is that right?
Yes.
And the remains that were found, is that correct?
Yes.
And the identification by dental records.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the anthropology report says that there's no findings of trauma to the bones.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But you still are confident saying that you ruled the manner of death based on everything that you had to review as a homicide?
Yes.
Nothing.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Cross-examination.
Seriously? I mean, what did you see? I concluded it because I saw this, I saw this, I saw this, I saw this. Just not, yes? That's a stupid answer. Why did you conclude it this way? Why is the question. And then you answer accordingly. What in these, the bone guy, other things, what made you conclude it to be a homicide trauma? What? This should be answered in the direct examination. That answer is not sufficient. Just saying yes to a question does not cut it at all. This is a bad witness. You need to say why. I assume the defense will bring this up. Why?
Now, Doctor, I guess you do the actual autopsy, right?
Yes,
But as far as, I mean, when these bodies are recovered, oftentimes y'all send a member from your team out to assist with the investigation, don't you?
Yes, our field investigator.
And in this case, it would have been Casey Gould.
She was our deputy investigator, and she typically goes out to scenes where bones are collected.
I said it 5.5 hours ago. This is a strange and weird case, strange and weird trial. This witness answers is bad.
When you say that you are making the determination of the manner of death, you also take into consideration the investigatory or the investigative history that was given to you, right?
Yes.
And that would have been primarily given to you from Ms. Gould.
Yes.
Okay. And let me get this one.
No, Gould is not a bone collector. Archer might have been a bone collector.
I'm sorry.
The bone watcher was Crowley.
Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit. Is this 2 or 3? 2? Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 2. Is that, I guess, an investigative narrative from your office as well regarding this case, this deceit?
Yes.
From Ms. Gould?
Ms. Gould?
Yes.
And is that something that when you're talking about information that you would have used in determining the manner and means of death, that's information that you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'll offer, and this is from your office, right?
Yes.
I'll offer what's marked as defense too.
Sure, you do.
Yeah, which one's in here?
Oh. Come on, defense.
The only objection I have, Your Honor, is this document has, looks like defense markings on it.
I'll rephrase that. With the exceptions of the markings that are underlined, is this a document from your office?
Yes.
I'll offer. Okay, you want this clean one? Is that what you're saying? All right, give me mine. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, defense exhibit number 2 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, again, when you talk about the investigative history, it's Casey, I thought it was a man, but it's a woman.
Yes. It's a
All
woman.
right. She actually goes out to the scene, right?
Yes.
And observes, I guess, the body as it's found.
Yes.
All right. In reference to the information that she received in this investigation, there's actually a narrative, correct?
Yes.
And that's something that you would consider. What was it? I think the narrative.
I wish the defense would just ask, you answered the prosecution. Yes, to the question, is this death because of homicidal trauma? What, in your observation of the remains, makes you conclude that? And if she answers nothing, thank you. Because if the only thing she has to conclude homicidal trauma is somebody else's opinion, that, oh, we investigated and this is what we learned, that's for the investigator. You're autopsy. You're looking at the remains. What in the remains makes you draw that conclusion? Well, in this narrative, no. What in the autopsy you performed makes you draw that conclusion? Nothing about narrative, nothing about the investigator's opinions. What in your actual autopsy makes you draw that conclusion? Yeah, why and how?
Okay. And specifically, I'm referring to the narrative that was done, that it was included in her report. It says, per Detective Ramirez, correct?
Yes.
The decedent was visiting a friend and went out by herself in Deep Ellum area, correct?
Yes.
On the video, she's seen leaving with a black male suspect on October the 5th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Per phone records, they traveled to the suspect's residence, correct?
Yes.
The suspect lived with a female couple who were also romantically involved with the suspect, correct?
Yes.
Per the male suspect, the females were jealous of the decedent and stabbed her in the back, supposedly more than once, at the residence, correct? Yes. Blood evidence was located in the residence. Blood evidence that was located in the residence was DNA tested and found to be the decedent's, correct?
Yes.
Hair was also found in the trunk of the vehicle, but there was no follicles to test DNA. Right?
Yes.
At least one of the two women suspects' phone records showed them around the area where the decedent was located on the early morning hours of 10/6/20. Correct?
Yes.
In the early morning hours, is that correct? Is that what this is?
Early morning. Yes.
Okay. At one of the scene's recoveries, there was also a white, what is this?
Acrylic
nail recovered under some of the decedent's remains, right?
Yes.
Then it also states that a self-portrait taken by the decedent on the night she went missing showed her having red nails, right?
Yes.
But underneath her, and again, I'm just going back to this part, it says that at the scene of the recovery, that there was a white acrylic nail recovered under the decedent's remains. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Again, this will be a part of the investigative history that you use to determine that the manner of death was homicide, right?
Yes.
But nothing about the body itself. Well, let me rephrase. In regards to your autopsy, can you tell us whether this person was poisoned?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person had a gunshot wound?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person was stabbed?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person died of a drug overdose?
No.
Was there even hair follicles where you could determine whether or not they used any controlled substances?
In the investigator report, it says they found a matted hair, but I didn't receive that. So, but if there was follicles on that, they could attest to that.
If it was her hair?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. But that was never determined, right?
No.
Okay. Weird. So, autopsy, looking at bones, nothing says anything about how or why. So I guess so far all they have is one of the suspects' testimony that woman, Miss Dykes, did stab. For me, not enough. Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. No slidey pie over at Rumble. Apparently, they never tested the hair. Huh. Yeah, exactly. So why her conclusion? It all boils down to Mr. Rapper, Mr. Bad Rapper, his testimony. His version of events. That's it. I hope they have other forensic evidence, and a lot of it to make some determination. Because so far, how much I want Miss Botello to get justice, you need the evidence. And for me, this person on the witness stand is not presenting the evidence as it was actually shown to her, in my opinion.
Oh, more importantly, Madam Judge,
You may.
I want to make sure we're clear. They find this body basically, I guess, bring it to Swift's, as we commonly refer, for you guys to do what y'all do, perform the autopsy, all this stuff that's in these reports, right?
Correct.
But as far as the time of death, in your report, you specifically indicate in your report, let me show it to you. So, is that right? Which one?
Well,
Which one
it's on the final report.
Okay. You got the final report?
Yes.
Where's it at?
5 p.m.
Okay, okay, let's talk about the date of death. In your report, based on your investigative, I guess, not your investigative, but based on everything that you guys received, you got the time of death in your report as 3/23 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that's actually just the time she was found, right?
Correct.
You have no idea, based on your autopsy, when this young lady died, do you?
No.
Okay. And the time of death, you guys put in your report that she dies at 5 p.m. On March the 23rd of 2021. That's just when she's found, right?
Correct.
Okay. You have no idea, again, what her time of death was?
No.
Or her cause of death, other than the fact that based on everything y'all did, you believe it's homicide?
Just homicidal violence what I have.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. Joe, I think I'll pass it with.
Can you read the record?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you, doctor, for being here today. There's insurance. Please watch your step, and you are free to leave and go back to your business. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Well, were there any other witnesses we needed to get on today? No, you're right. All right.
All right, that is day one. I'm not impressed. I was impressed by the opening statement from the prosecutor. I was definitely not impressed by the opening statement from the defense. The autopsy and the looking at bones, for me, there should be waterproof walls between the investigators and the coroner and the bone looker. For me, that the autopsy performer, this last one, Dr. Ventura, claiming homicidal violence, you can base that on testimony. You can base that on words. What did you see when you looked at the remains? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Now, I do know that there are other weird stuff going on in this trial, but for me, this is kind of... Everything points to that she was unalived in that apartment. Everything does. But you still have to prove it. You still have to prove it. And this is weird. Severely weird to me. But with that, we are almost 6 hours in. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for you who donated to my first and best moderator, Gigi, who has been ill for some time and her economy is fucked. So I'm trying to give her a decent Christmas and so she can pay off some of the medical bills and stuff like that, because she deserves it. Thank you for the super chats that you gave to me. I prefer if you give it through my PayPal, and that way I will transfer it to Gigi at the end of the week. I will show receipts for everything. So you see, this is what came in, this is what I sent to her. And that will happen in the end of the week. But thank you for being here for day one. I will see you all and with friends back here tomorrow. I will start at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 3 p.m. UK, for day 2. And with that, I am going to send you all off to Excited Utterance and Salvador Dali, who currently is doing Kentucky v. Bryce Rhodes Day 5. So yeah, thank you all. I'll see you all here back tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.